Boo! Did I scare you? Did I scare you? Pizza sounds dope as fuck, yo. Hi, Lack. Hi, Pandora. Welcome to stream. Again. You guys are always here, but figured I'd welcome you nonetheless. Man, now I want pizza. I don't know. First to chat is first. First for what? Hold on. I also wouldn't be pissing off Pandora. He has the mod privileges, so... You're stepping on some rough terrain there, my dude. He has the sword of justice. That's not what I'm calling my founder's badge. Let's see, the sword... I don't know what to call it. You need money for a sub, but you have founders. That's nice. Pandora's the only one I have right now, I think. To be honest. Alright, let's get into this game before I lose all my energy. This was my first time losing consciousness. You often hear of regaining consciousness on top of a bed, but this was my first time actually experiencing it.
もしもし、大丈夫ですか?
Realizing that I was awake, a young doctor called out to me. I didn't intend to respond, but it seems my body language had told him I was conscious. My head was wrapped in bandages. The scratches all over my body had also been treated. My sense of pain also returned with my consciousness, causing me to groan from the intense pain shooting all throughout me.
起きないで横になっていてください。
I mean, I'm living. I've been really busy, actually. I just started my new job, which is going to be a lot less taxing than the old job, but the job I've been working up until now has kind of been a little taxing on my body, so my body's still kind of like bleh. So, I don't know. But I'm better than I was like a few months ago, so progress is progress.
頭をだいぶ殴られたようですからね。
Despite work, which I got a better job that's going to get me more consistent pay so I can save up money, because I have a lot of things planned for the future, for this channel, for, you know, me as a creator in general that I want to do. There's a lot of money going to be thrown around here. You all might not see it all at one time, but it's gonna be a lot, so, but I gotta save up a lot of money for that. I've been planning a lot of things, coming up with some ideas, trying to rack my brain around some stuff, but, when those things come closer, I will, or I guess when more of those things start actually coming into fruition, I'll actually, like, tease you all a little bit and give you some more information on what I'm gonna be doing, but I got some stuff. So I've been really busy. I haven't even really done any writing. Like, just been super busy between, like, planning stuff out for this channel and my creator stuff and just work. Honestly. And thanks. I appreciate the congratulations.
入江と申します。よろしく。
Yoroshiku. Sorry, my Twitch isn't loading on me for some reason. Um, it's going. I mean, I've actually worked, the new job I'm working, I actually worked before, so I know I can do it, and it actually wasn't a bad job. The only reason I quit that job was because I was gonna be getting a job that was a little bit more pay, and that job did not work out, and I've been stuck in kind of a hellhole ever since. So I'm going back to the job that I know worked, basically. I remembered that this young doctor was the one in the car headed the opposite way earlier.
誰かいませんか？大石さんは。
Yeah, where is Oishi? Where is that bastard?
あ、呼んできましょう。診療所の中は禁煙なんで、表で吸ってもらってるんです。
Dr. Irie left the room to go call Oishi. The scenery outside the window was tinted with gold. The pouring rain had stopped, with the voices of the Higurashi heralding the cooling temperature. I felt the tone of the Higurashi's voice was comforting. Eventually I could hear heavy footsteps coming closer, which I reckoned to be Oishi's. The fog that was enveloping my head slowly faded back to reality. What had happened since then? What had happened to the boy? What about the reinforcements from Tokyo? The door to the room flew open, allowing Dr. Irie and Oishi to enter.
じゃあ命に別状はないんでしょ？
ないとお約束はできません。頭に受けた傷は所見だけでは判断が危険なのです。
わかりましたわかりました。ちょいと彼と二人で話がしたいんですが、よろしいですかね？
ええ、どうぞ。何かありましたらお呼びください。
Oishi, after basically forcing Dr. Irie outside, shut the door.
いかがですかお具合は？
Like shit, I would imagine.
慣れないことをしたんで全身がボロボロです。
Oishi brought over a folding chair that was leaning against the wall and sat down beside the
犯
bed.
人たちは逮捕されましたか？
残念ながら。とっくに県外へ逃げたか、村人にかくまわれているかのどちらかでしょうね。まあ、逃がしゃしませんが。
大臣の孫は？
署で保護しています。ただ東京のあなたのご同僚から一切の聴取は取るなと釘を刺されたらしいですよ。しげちゃんが憤慨してましたっけ？
The kidnapping was a confidential matter, so his custody was also probably being kept under wraps. How the kidnapping of the minister's grandson would be handled, how it would be covered up, treated like it never happened, would be handled by the brass. If this case ended without the nation going into an uproar about it, then our job had been done. The possibility that the minister had negotiated with the perpetrators couldn't be ruled out, but something like that was no longer my concern. My role in this case was over.
ご迷惑をおかけします。公安ってやつはいやらしいところだって思ってるでしょ。
思いません思いません。お互い日の丸から給金もらって仕事してるだけですよ。
Oishi laughed boisterously. When we first met, I was somewhat prejudiced against Oishi, but now that feeling was gone completely.
今回の事件隠さないで大元にしてくれた方が。
Well, yeah, he's on your side. Of course. Of course you're with him. He's on your side. If he was not on your side, then you'd feel a little differently about the man.
そうすれば黒幕の園崎本家に少しは迫れるんですが、まあ適当に迫ったところで圧力がかかるんでしょうがね。やれやれです。
やれやれ。
大石さんは園崎本家に今後も戦いを？
まさか。いろいろと黒い噂こそ絶えませんがね。園崎家に恨みがあるわけじゃありませんので。
Hi, hi, Pred.
君子危うきに近寄らない方がいいんですよ。
Welcome to stream.
ね。
Oishi laughed happily, and I couldn't help but laugh along.
あ、そうだそうだ。
Oh, okay. Oh! There you go.
さっき県警から署に連絡があったそうです。
That was a loud one. Might have lost my voice a little bit there.
あなたのご同僚が名古屋に到着したそうで、今車でこちらへ向かっているそうです。
God damn it, have you been stockpiling? You bitch.
あなたは名誉の負傷ですから、東京へ引き上げだそうですよ。
Okay.
そんなわけです。
Alright.
お疲れ様でした。
Awoo!
あなたの沖宮での仕事は無事終了です。
Oh my god! How many health do you have? Ah! I'm gonna die! Oh my god. Okay. God damn it. Ah! My energy levels are super low because I've been doing, orientation at work, and it's been so fucking boring. And so I'm just dead inside. Not doing cooldown. Was I supposed to do cooldowns on every freaking redeem? I don't know how to stream. I'm a baby. Don't you all know this? Alright. Alright. Woo! I was being recalled to Tokyo. I inadvertently breathed a sigh of relief when I heard those words.
大石さんのご協力に深く感謝します。
I once had to drink 32 redeems of water. Damn, son. That's a lot of water.
あなたに支払った協力金は無駄にはなりませんでしたね。
Okay. So, Well, let me just look at that real quick while I'm here, then. Okay, viewer rewards. Da-da-da. So what should the cooldown be on it? How do I do a cooldown? Oh, cooldowns and limits. Here we go. Should I do like once every 10 minutes or something? Or 5 minutes? Okay, 2 to 5 minutes. Let's do once every 5 minutes. Is that per person? I'll do 2 minutes. God damn it. Oh, you have another howl now? Oh my god. Sorry, I'm looking at things now. Oh my god. I am gonna put you on a cooldown, mister. Awoo! Alright. For the how, I'm gonna do every, like, 5 minutes. I swear. Honestly, I'll probably just do 5 minutes for most of them. That way I'm not, like, dying over here. Except for the highs, I don't think that is really necessary. Or the huggies. I'm just setting them all to like 5 minutes. So y'all are gonna have to like be chill about everything. How many points do you have, guys? Okay. I have set limits now. Okay, so cooldowns are up and effective at least 5 minutes for all of my rewards. So I know. Oh, I wasn't expecting you to redeem anything. I have a challenge up, by the way, Pandora. If you want to race for that. If you want to stockpile. Sorry, I was trying to do the cooldowns. But Pandora, I think you're just the sweetest. You're so nice. You're the best follower and the best person and the best friend I could ever have. And I love you so much. There's your compliments. You're doing great today. Pred do be stockpiling though, or Pandora do be stockpiling though. Alright, we have cooldowns now, so I can actually, you didn't enjoy the compliments? I know, I'm kind of the same way, honestly. I don't know how to take compliments. I just, like, my face just gets all red, and then I'm just like, thanks! Like, all weirdly. I'm never gonna get this, this game going. I wish he took out his wallet, casually pulled out several large bills, and jammed them into the breast pocket of my shirt. I know, I said Pred and I meant Pandora, sorry. Pandora does stockpile, for the challenges. Which you should be doing, by the way. I actually upped the, points on this one, just to see how long it would take you guys. Okay. Thanks, man. Give me money. Donations are highly appreciated. Literally all the money I'm gonna be spending, like, unless there's a really cool game coming out that I super, like, have to have, it's all gonna be on stuff for Heather. Like, all Heather's related things. And that's okay, you don't have to redeem anything right now. I'm just letting you know that there is a challenge there to redeem for if you would like. Oishi flashed me a grin. Well, you see, Pred, I'm not gonna comment on that because spoilers. Again, I'm not gonna comment on it.
私どもとね、対等以上
You'll
に
just
打てる
have
メンツ
to
はな
have
か
to
なかお
think
会いできな
about
い
it.
もんです。あなたが東京に帰るのが惜しいですよ。
I don't like the way he said that at all. When I heard the words going back to Tokyo from Oishi, I was reminded once again that I was relieved from my duties. Soon, Yuki would be giving birth. I might still be possible to attend the delivery that I had at one time given up on. When I thought that, the pain from my injuries became trivial. I wanted to hurry back to Tokyo and see Yuki at once.
少し傷が重いふりをして沖宮にしばらく
It's
滞
not
在しま
gonna
せん。
be that simple. It's not gonna be that simple.
いいお店をいろいろ紹介しますよ。
I don't have any merch at the moment.
もちろん、おごれなんて言いません。
So no, I have not.
申し訳ないですが、それはまたの機会にします。
Pardon? They sell merch for me? Ugh? I thought you had to, like, post your merch. That's why I didn't set anything up for that. Please hold. And do like the proceeds from that go to my, I'm assuming it goes to my channel? Like a donation? Interesting. Okay. I know I've seen like in the alerts that there's a merch shop, yeah, thing. It's the Cloudbot store. I don't even know what half this stuff does. Oh, it's not like letting me do anything. Me. Oh, I have to type it in here. I'm silly. I am not seeing, I'll have to look a little bit later, I guess. See if I can't find it. like how to set up the merch store. 'Cause I don't have my own merch, but I'll see how that works, I guess. I still got a few other things to check on. I do use Streamlabs, yes. I'm just sitting here looking at shit. Yeah, I'm sure it's not bad. Okay, it's fine, I'll look at it later. I looked at it a little bit, but I'm definitely gonna have to research a bit more when I have, not a game playing. Anyways.
妻の出産日が近いんでね。
Let me actually load up that link, and so that way I can, open merch store? Continue with Twitch? Please hold. What is this? What is everything? Multi-stream? There's the merch. Oh, you can just drop images. That's interesting. So what if I select the hug emoji? What would they do? I'm going through a lot of shit. Also, what's the cloud bot? Is that just... Oh. Restrict viewers from spamming all caps. I don't know. I don't really think I need that at all. It's like loading stuff. I don't know what it's doing, but it's fine. Stream Elements has more features. Oh, okay. Well, then I don't even need that. It's fine then. No worries. Where's my alert thing? I was just curious. I'm just gonna see what happens when I just put my logo in there. I'm gonna check back with you guys in a little bit after that. But is it against stream rules? I don't know.
早く帰りたいんです
ありゃりゃ
I'm gonna check back after a few minutes and see what
それは知らなかった
happened. I just uploaded my logo just to see what would happen there.
それじゃあこんなとこにいちゃいけない早く帰らないといけません
For a while after that, Oishi asked all sorts of questions about my wife, teasing and bantering with me.
さて具合はどうですおきれいそうですか
ええおかげさまで悪くないです立って歩いても全然平気ですよ
I stood up and shuffled around for a bit, which seemed to amuse Oishi. Everything seems like it's fine, but I have a feeling something's going to go very wrong very soon.
いえいえひなみ沢の病院では落ち着かないでしょうと思いまして入江の先生は一晩泊まらせたいみたいなこと言ってますが犯人もまだ捕まってませんし一応ここはあなたにとっては敵地になりますからね
この病院は安全ではないということですか
Nowhere is safe. This is Hinamizawa we're talking about.
まあ入江の先生も多少は社会的信用のあるお人です
Sometimes I just people send me messages and I'm just like, are you just a fucking idiot? Like, what do you mean what? Never mind.
ここにいる限りは何もないとは思いますが赤坂さんの気分的にめいらないかという方が問題ですね
I had relaxed a bit now that things had progressed this far, but it was exactly as Oishi had said. When I realized that this was enemy territory, I suddenly felt uncomfortable. I always feel uncomfortable here. The only things left for me to do was leaving. The chance that I would come to harm was logically fairly low. But that didn't mean I was completely safe.
そうですね
You're never completely safe.
横になっているだけならホテルのベッドでも同じな気がします
そうでしょうそうでしょう私もその方がいいと思います
The moment I caught a glimpse of the clock over Oishi's shoulder. It was the evening. The hours when I could call Yuki at the hospital were almost over. I wanted to tell her as quickly as possible that I would soon be back at her side.
ちょっと雪江の病院に電話してきますロビーに公衆電話とかはありませんか
新婚さんはそういうの豆だな確か会計の脇にあったと思います ここで待ってますから、いってらっしゃい、いってらっしゃい。
Oishi, laughing while saying that he was jealous, opened up the window and pulled out a cigarette even though he was in a hospital room. Appreciative at how considerate Oishi was, I set out to the lobby to find the phone. What the fuck? Why is my fucking Streamlabs not loading my chat properly? The hell, man? That's what I'm angry about right now. My Streamlabs is being fucking retarded. God damn. Why is it always like this? Why is there always a problem every single fucking time I go to do something? It didn't load half my chat, man, and I didn't even refresh the chat or anything. It's just like, yeah, only half your chat. It's fine. No one needs to know what happened before this. Ooh, I do see hats and things and logos. Interesting. Okay. I'm gonna look at what all I can do with that. Oh, I think it says I have to have Streamlabs Prime? Only for some of them, though. Looks like I can sell t-shirts and mugs. And, sweatshirts. Interesting. What if I... I'm confused though. Like, how does this work? Yeah, I was looking at that. Yeah, you can get logos and shirts and sweatshirts. Apparently. Create a new item. Can I also... I kind of think the t-shirts are kind of cool looking, honestly. I'm sad though that there's no purple t-shirts or sweatshirts. How dare they? Do they not know who I am? The mug looks cool though. I like that. I guess if I had the Prime, I'd probably get the option to do more colors, I guess. I'm gonna look at this later. But interesting. Very interesting. I'm just wondering, like, how do they, how do they do all this? They just have a little center somewhere that makes all these, I'm gonna, like, make merch later and, like, post pictures and stuff once I publish, like, ooh. But I guess they just have these fulfillment centers and they make them all and ship them out for you? Like, that's fucking crazy. What world do we live in now? They can sell my logo? What the fuck? What the fuck? And they make the shirts themselves? How does this work? I'm so confused. I've never heard of such a thing. I'm gonna look more at it. Oh, they take money for it. Yeah, I mean, it's also like how Amazon does their... So basically, if someone orders one, they take whatever money out of what they paid and then give you the profit off of it. Gotcha. So they don't make them until, like, someone orders them and then they make them, and then they take the money off that it takes to make them, and then they pay you the difference of what you posted for on your shop. That makes sense. The fact that they have the materials to make all those different products, though, like, in a facility somewhere is pretty lit. Like, the fact that I don't have to order them and distribute them out, that's pretty fucking cool. Anyways, I'm gonna look at all that later, and I will, like, probably post things on my Discord and Twitter about it, what I decide to do with that. But thank you for telling me about that, because y'all might get some Heather merch, man! That'd be pretty dope. Yeah, there's gonna be other Heather merch I'm gonna be doing, but it's for a whole different, like, thing, so... I lose a bit that way? What do you mean I lose a bit that way? Because they take money to make it? But at the same time, like, if you were to make it yourself, you would, you know... You also have to spend the money for the material, so all in all, it probably, like, takes about the same amount of money, to be honest. Just depends on how you look at it, I suppose. Anyways, back to Higurashi. We actually have to get through this game, guys. Probably, but then I'd have to ship it myself, and that'd be a bit harder. And also I'd have to continually order more and more and more stuff to make the things that I'm going to sell, and then, yeah, all of that. I am gonna get my own merch, like, personally, like, physical merch for myself, like, but I don't know if I'm gonna sell them, like, online or not. That's something I've been thinking about, too. It's just hard because of the shipping stuff. Like, I'd have to take orders online and then ship them wherever, and I'm not sure, like, how shipping works to other countries and that sort of thing. I don't know. I've been thinking a lot about it, to be honest. Like, I know I could just go to my post office and probably have it shipped anywhere, but I'm not sure how much money it's going to take to ship. And I was thinking, like, just making the person, you know, who orders it pay their own shipping wherever it is, but I'm not sure how much the shipping base price should be, you know. Well, I don't use Stream Elements, though, unless I can link it to my Streamlabs. I mean, I've used the bot. Well, I'm gonna have a transfer fee regardless, aren't I? I get notifications and stuff, though, like on stream if people buy products from me through Streamlabs, because that's what I use. I don't think I would get the same alerts if I picked Stream Elements, unless the bot gives, unless the bot gives, you know, notifications, alerts. I don't know. So I probably will do the Streamlabs one, but I'll look at the Stream Elements and see what that merge looks like too. It's still in beta, yo. Of course, everything's in beta forever. Interesting. So I guess you make more money off of Stream Elements than you do anything else. Interesting, interesting. I'll have to figure out how to do the integration part. But it definitely looks like a good idea. Hi, Note. How are you? Yeah, I don't know. That's true. I'm so gullible, though. I'll believe fucking anything. That's just how I am. I changed the... I don't know. I don't know anything. It's loading. The Stream Elements is loading, so I'll look at all that later. I keep saying that, and then I keep getting distracted. Lobby was just a short distance down the hallway from the hospital room. I thought this hospital was a bit too grand for a village like this, but of course it was nothing compared to the general hospital Yuki was admitted to. Running inside a hospital wasn't the best of manners, but calling hours would soon end, so I dashed over in a hurry. I feel like I should probably, like, have a stream, like, every week or something, like, once a week, where just a chatting stream, but you all tell me how the fuck to do my job, because that's what happens every time I go to stream. You guys tell me, oh, you need to do this, or you should do this, and I'm like, I am just ignorant of the fact that these things exist. I'm just like, how? How do I not know at this point? There was nobody else in the lobby. It may have been the evening, but there was nobody at the reception desk. Well, this might actually be lucky for me. Oh, is his wife dead? Shit. I wasn't planning on have a conversation to feel guilty about, but it would still be embarrassing to have someone listen to the conversation between me and Yuki. Taking a quick look around, I soon found the payphone. Digging around in my pockets, I grabbed a few coins. I was calling Tokyo from here, so I would burn through this amount fairly quickly. Oh yeah, long calls like this, man. Used to be a thing. I picked up the receiver, inserted a coin, then dialed the number of Yuki's hospital, which I had completely memorized at this point. The number for Yuki's hospital had a lot of 8s and 9s, so dialing it inevitably took some time. Normally I wouldn't be a big deal, but currently any time was precious. However, I felt that something was strange as I was dialing in the number. I don't know exactly how to put it, but it was as if the receiver was too quiet. That unique wide noise from the telephone line wasn't there. Somehow I felt that I wasn't getting any feedback from the phone, and without feeling a response, I hung up the receiver to try again. The coin popped out from the return slot. I reinserted the coin and began dialing once again, but the receiver was still dead silent.
なんだこれ。断線でもしてるのかな。
While I was wasting time like this, the amount I had to spend talking with Yuki shrunk. I began to feel needlessly impatient.
すみません。
I felt the presence of someone on the other side of the glass, so I called out. There was an immediate response, and a man who seemed like a pharmacist came over.
はいはい。どうなさいましたか？
すみません。この電話の調子がおかしくて。ちょっと見てもらえますか？
The man came over and tried testing various things while the receiver pressed to his ear. Come to think of it, this was someone who worked at the hospital, not someone from the phone company. Just as I didn't know much about phones, neither would he.
あれ？なんだこれ？
The man held up the cord that connected the phone to the wall. It was completely severed.
なんだこれ？
That's odd.
入ったな。
This is a dilly of a pickle.
これじゃ電話会社の人に直
That's
しても
a
らわないと
phrase
どう
I've
にもならないですね。
never ever heard before.
電話でしたら事務室のを使います？
I didn't want the people in the hospital office around while I was talking.
近所に公衆電話はありませんか？
ここを出て道なりに行くと商店街に出ます。そこのどこかの角のタバコ屋にあったような気がするな。行けば見つけられると思いますよ。
I was dressed in a hospital gown. I was wearing sandals on my feet. My head was wrapped in bandages. Just looking at me, you could tell I was a hospital patient. No matter how you looked at it, I was not dressed to be wandering outside. But that's where the impetuousness of youth came in. Choosing the chance to talk to Yuki for even a little longer, I headed outside in my current state. Followed the road to the shopping district. Should be able to find one soon enough. With only those 2 lines as my guide, I ran outside the gates of the hospital. Well, this is not a good idea. It's at night. This is not a good idea, my dude. The village nestled in a valley. When the sun set, it got dark quickly. The sparse streetlights lit up enough to start attracting moths. The Higurashi, knowing the time for their chorus was soon at a close, redoubled their fragile cries. Finding the payphone wasn't as easy as the person at the hospital had suggested. Was it still up ahead? Did I miss it already? Was I just getting further away? Just as I was about to be crushed by the wave of uncertainty towering over me, I found a shop on the corner with cigarettes written on a small sign. My joy spurred me onwards. Whew, just as I had heard at the hospital. Set next to the counter of the cigarette shop was an antiquated payphone. Antiquated? 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 I think it means antique. It's a fancy word for antique. I wasn't wearing a watch, so I didn't know what time it was. I probably didn't have much left, though. But it was enough. Just as long as I could tell Yuki my job was done and I would be coming home soon. Picking up the receiver, I slid a coin down the slot. But I felt that something was strange, just like at the hospital. Even after inserting the coin, the phone showed no response. I hung up the receiver and tried putting in the coin one more time. Yeah, this was pre-cell phone days, so there was absolutely no response. This phone was dead. It couldn't be. Thinking that, I felt along the cord that protruded from the back of the phone. Doing that, my hands found the end of a completely severed line. What is this? Having now had the same thing happen twice, my bafflement was accompanied by a sense of unease. One time it's just a random, like, strange occurrence. More than once it's just like, what the fuck? It seemed that the cord had been severed cleanly by a sharp blade of some sort. And I may be mistaken, but it didn't look like much time had passed since it was cut.
すみません。すみません。
Opening up the booth window of the tobacco shop, I looked for someone in the dimly lit interior. Yeah, please. Please tell me profits, so that I may profit. Because I know you guys would love to have Heather merch, right? Eventually there were the sounds of somebody plodding down the stairs, and an old lady appeared. The old lady's plodding and lethargic steps, for some reason, only served to make me more frantic.
タバコですかいね。小さまでねんと、わがねのじゃ。
Okay.
タバコを買いたいわけじゃないんです。この電話が。
Realizing that saying the phone was broken and asking them to take a look at it was going to get me nowhere, I swallowed back my words.
この電話が壊れてるみたいなんで、別の公衆電話があるところを教えてもらいたいのですが。
The old lady moved her jaw up and down, slowly, as if chewing on the meaning of my words. It seemed that she wouldn't understand until she had digested things thoroughly.
電話壊れてますかいね。
Yeah, apparently no phones work here.
そんなな
A
んぎだ
dilly of a
わ。
pickle. What the fuck is that phrase?
他の公衆電話を当たってください。
That's... The old lady directed me to another payphone that seemed quite a ways away. Her way of telling me was so long-winded that I inadvertently started to get impatient. At the moment, I spotted a clock in the dim interior of the store. The minute hand was just about to point straight up. Even if there was a payphone right here that I could use, I would only be able to tell Yuki a good night with the time I had left. On top of that, my destination was a remote payphone which I didn't know the exact distance to. If I was off of a normal state of mind, deciding to give up the phone today would have been the natural thought process. But at that moment, I had become somewhat stubborn for some reason. As idiots do. Unable to use the phone in the hospital and coming out here and still being unable to use one. There was no mistaking that I had become quite insistent on using a phone.
どうもありがとうございます。その電話ボックス探してみます。
Refusing her offer to draw me a map, I left the tobacco shop. Okay, I will check. Oh, it's so tiny! That's a very, very, very small logo. I dig it. That's hilarious. Now the Streamlabs store actually had a really big logo on my end. I don't know about the Stream Elements merch because mine hasn't loaded yet. So I have no idea if it's even good or not. Let me reload and see if it'll load now. I don't know. It's just doing a really, really crazy loading screen right now. That's all I'm getting is this little loading bar for hours. Oh, you skipped it. Okay. That's fair. According to the old lady, even though the phone booth was quite far away, it would be easy to find. If I just followed this road straight down, I'd eventually find it. Sandals flapping as I ran, I couldn't help but laugh at myself. I'll admit that I was quite steadfast about calling Yuki, but there were days when I was tired or busy or I wouldn't call her. Even today, my entire body was covered with injuries and I was dead tired. On top of that, there wasn't much time left. It wouldn't be strange at all if today was one of those days I didn't call her. But having twice been foiled trying to call her, had I become hot-headed about it? Was I like a dog who is being told to stay with a piece of food dangling in my face?
何やってんだろうな。
Even so, I somehow couldn't quell the uneasy feeling sitting in the pit of my stomach. It was like that with the hospital phone and the same with the one at the tobacco shop. Okay. It's $11 profit for a t-shirt. Let me see about... How do you change the price? Oh, there it is. Hey. Actually, Streamlabs is a little more of that for a t-shirt. It's $12 for $25 shirt, so you're making just like a tad more, like maybe $1 more. For Streamlabs. But that's like an extra thing, you know? I'll look at some more stuff. I'd like to have like a hat or something. That would be dope. I guess it depends on what you're getting too. Because I have an $18 mug that would sell for a $3 profit on Streamlabs, but you said yours would sell for $6.50 on there. I guess it depends on what you're selling. The sweatshirt, a $30 sweatshirt, I make a $5 profit, which is not a lot. Okay. So overall, the Stream Elements has higher prices. Higher profits, I should say. Not prices. For the most part. Except for the t-shirts are a little bit more of a profit on Streamlabs, but it's like less than $1, so... I can't get my Stream Elements to even pop up. Like, what the hell? That's some bullshit. That's some bull... Is it Stream Elements merch that I have to click on? Oh, Orange and Peachy? Hello! Have I even, Hi, I was not expecting this! I've been looking at my settings for maybe getting merch for, like, the last, you know, basically half this stream. But hi! Welcome, everyone! Do I know you, Orange and Peachy? Do I know you? I feel like you followed me a long time ago and I don't remember. But I'm gonna follow you now because you were nice enough to raid me, so... Thanks. Welcome everyone. I am Heather Journey. I am a witchy wolf that likes to write. And, well, I've been going through my settings and looking at shit and attempting to play Higurashi very sporadically. So... You met through a nerd raid? Nerd raid, that's fair. Yeah, Nerd likes his Higurashi. Alright, I need to keep playing this game. Now that I have people. More people. It was like that with the hospital phone, and the same time with the other one at the tobacco shop. Both cords were definitely not severed from being frayed by long years of use. The clean cuts indicated that someone had taken something sharp and deliberately cut them. But who and for what reason? Yeah, after stream we can, like, go in DMs and talk about shit. Because I'm gonna need to ask some questions, too. The more I thought about it, the more uneasy I felt, so I tried to push the thought aside. How much had I run so far? The scenery around me was no longer than that of a shopping district, with residential buildings scattered about the lonely road. The surroundings had already grown dark. I was blatantly out too far for a quick phone call, and it was quite obvious I was far removed from the hospital. I recalled the clock I saw at the tobacco shop. It might almost be time. I had run for quite a bit, so my breathing had grown quite ragged. If I had just wanted to hear Yuki's voice, I should have just thrown away my reservations and borrowed the phone in the office. Yeah, I just get so distracted, and, like, I want to look at things as soon as, like, I see them, and because I feel like I'll forget later, and then I just get wrapped up, and I'm like, ah! That's why I've been late to stream, like, a few times in my life, because I just get wrapped up in things. I regretted it a little. My ADD, it's a thing, man. Well then, was it about time to give up? Just when I thought that, I saw the light in front of me. I had finally found it. It was a phone booth. I don't trust this shit! Oh, no! Is this the intersection? The intersection? Wasn't this the intersection where, Tometake, like, killed himself? You lost your league game because of that's fair, because of ADD, yeah. I swear this is the intersection. I don't know, because the last time I saw that, it, like, I didn't have the patch, so I don't know what it looked like, but that looks very familiar. It seemed that the light in the phone booth had recently been changed, as it shone with a vivid white light. It could also be that the part at the end of the first arc, where Keiichi died in the phone booth? That could be the same phone booth. Although in the gloom of Hinamizawa, it was nothing more than a gathered spot for moths. But in any case, I had finally found it. As my hand touched the door of the phone booth, I realized that I was breathing and sweating heavily. I didn't know what time it was right now, but even if it was just for a moment, I might be able to get in touch with Yuki. Since I had spent all this effort getting here, turning back without even giving it a try was out of the question. Before I picked up the receiver, another wave of uneasiness washed over me. I was worried that this phone cord might be severed as well. How was the cord in this phone booth? Squatting down, I followed the bundles of cables as they ran along the corner into the ceiling. At a glance, nothing was out of the ordinary. I ran my fingers as far as I could along the line to check it out. The only thing they found was a thick layer of dust. Nothing out of the ordinary. Interesting that a phone booth in the middle of nowhere is apparently, in use, and the other two that were near people in the city part, well, not really in the city, but like in the residential shopping district of the town, are severed completely and out of use. I wondered if it was popular in Hinamizawa to cut the cords of payphones as some sort of tasteless prank. I might be prudent to talk to Oishi about this later. Even if it was nothing more than a prank, it was still vandalism of public property. I think you got more things to worry about, buddy, than, somebody slashing a couple phones. In any case, this one was fine this time. Yeah, I'm gonna find the phone booth for being so far away. Pulling out a coin from my pocket with one hand, I picked up the receiver with the other. Oh boy, I knew this was not a good idea. But this time, before the receiver reached my ear, I felt something was off. The receiver was light. It was more than a slightly unpleasant feeling. It felt almost sickening. To verify the source of my displeasure, I peered at the receiver in my hand with a measure of reluctance.
なんだよこれ。
Hi, nerd. Yeah, I've been streaming in the evenings again because I got my new job, but, yeah. I'm here. I'm still playing Higurashi, so you're welcome. The coiled cord that connected the receiver to the rest of the phone had been ripped apart, the tip of the cable swaying in the air. It was all I could do to restrain myself as a raw and unpleasant feeling worked its way up the small of my back. Also, hi, Polly. Welcome to stream. My new job, I used to work it a while back. It was like a year or so ago. It's just like very small production work. Like, it has a big impact, but like I'm working with small pieces, not like heavy machinery, so it's not bad. It's really not bad. It's just very meticulous and kind of mind-numbing work, but I do get very consistent hours there and pretty decent pay, so I gotta save up money for my other things, Yeah, all kinds of good people here today. Yeah, everything's fine. An internship. Yeah, I would have to do an internship as well if I decided to get my master's, but I've been kind of like iffy on that one. It was all I could do to restrain myself as a raw and unpleasant feeling worked its way up the small of my back. It was a type of dread. At that moment, I heard the crunch of somebody stepping on gravel. Rika? Rika? The light was reflecting off the glass walls of the booth, leaving me unable to see outside in the darkness. Rika, don't kill me! Please! Oh, hello, Dylan Johnston. I think I put, a shout out for you. Rika, don't be doing a spoop. Don't you do it. I think last stream I did a shout out to you for following. Thank you so much for following my Twitch. I'm glad you could make it, while I was live. So I guess this was perfect timing. But thank you as well for, checking out my YouTube. I have a lot of shit on my YouTube, so, like, cause I used to do Let's Plays before, before I did, like, the whole streaming thing under a different name, so I've come a long way. Things have changed drastically, but thank you for supporting. I really, really appreciate it. Yeah, Rika is really good at spooping. She really, really, really is. I steeled myself and stepped out of the phone booth, only to get stabbed! Just kidding. I have no idea. The inside of the booth was lit with a strong light, which might have made it warmer in there. Just stepping outside, I could feel a chill wash over me. And there was the silhouette of a person. A person. A small silhouette. It's Rika. I knew it was gonna be Rika. The long hair of that silhouette was blown about by the cool breeze.
怪我人が病院を抜け出してはいけないのですよ。
Nipa! Somewhere in my head, I knew who this girl was. I didn't have any basis for it, but I knew that she was that girl.
ねえ、赤坂。
What do you mean? She, Rika Furude, said that almost like it was a warning.
君が電話のコードを。
Her expression remained unchanged and my question was left unanswered. In other words, no response. Stop being a vandal, Rika. Baka! It hits her with the back of my hand. Regardless, I felt that she had affirmed my suspicions.
どうしてこんなことをするんだ。どうして。
The last word had a tinge of anger behind it. I frantically tried to smooth things out, but she didn't seem very afraid.
もうどうにもならないことです。
She doesn't... Like, it's, Yeah, I got raided, Pandora. Orange and Peachy was very, very kind to raid me today. Also, thank you for shouting them out. I forgot all about doing that. I am a baby streamer. I don't know how to stream. I'm just here. I interpreted her words as meaning that I wasn't going to be in time for calling hours at the hospital. I don't even know how I got affiliate, you guys. I don't know how, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know anything. But thinking about it, that would have been a strange thing to say. Why would she know something like that? I could take what she said to have any other meaning. She just stood there like a mannequin, not even moving an inch. Mannequins. Almost to the point that if the wind wasn't occasionally rustling through her long hair, there would be the illusion that time had stopped. It's okay. Us baby streamers gotta keep together, you know?
赤坂が私を気味悪く思っているのがよくわかる。
Also, everyone, feel free to check out my redeems. I do have affiliate now, so you all can redeem some stuff in chat for some fun little, you know, things.
ああ、いや。
I also have a community
そんなことない。
challenge as well that you all can put your points to if you don't want to do any of those other things. My denial came out almost like a bad piece composed for a poetry slam, but her words were right on the mark. I had always felt something ominous and uncanny about her, ever since her strange threats at the shrine. Oh no, not the smile. Not that smile. She had noticed that my expression was contrary to my words, seemingly laughing at the gap between them.
赤坂の怖がり。
怖がってなんかいないよ。
Being laughed at by this small child. Who is this lost, sassy child? Didn't sit well with me. So I said that.
もう電話を探しても手遅れの時間です。
You're welcome, Orange and Peachy. Yeah, Pandora keeps up with me, somehow. She didn't even have to say it. I was absolutely too late. I might have already missed calling hours even by the time I reached this phone booth. I was too late. I had no option but to give up for today. Once I decided that, my unhealthy obsession with phones suddenly faded. Even I thought that it was strange that I was that obsessed. The strange obsession now gone, I began to laugh at how hopeless I was. I mean, just look at what I was wearing. It wasn't normal. A hospital gown and sandals, my head wrapped in bandages and my body completely soaked in sweat. It's a wonder that the old lady at the tobacco shop wasn't surprised to see me. How did Orange scare the shit out of you? The notification sound? The alert sound? With wanting to hear Yuki's voice as my motive, I had traipsed around the town the entire evening. I didn't know whether to call it the follies of youth or simply plain embarrassing. In any case, it was all I could do but to laugh at myself.
もうこれで今夜赤坂がすることは何もないです。
そうだな。もう何もないよ。
Oh, she followed you. LOL. Well, Pandora, you gotta stay on your toes, man. You never know when someone's gonna follow you.
おとなしく病院へ引き上げるさ。
Also, this might change by the time I'm done streaming, but I am currently at 96 followers. Or 69 followers. Hell yeah. Alright, let me prepare the howls. Ow! Oh, did I scare you, Orange? I'm sorry. I did follow you though, because you were so nice to raid me, so I have to follow. The alert noises are super loud sometimes.
それがいいのですよ。病院への道はわかりますですか？
わかるつもりだよ。
Yeah, I hope you do too. Otherwise, you're gonna get murdered. She waved her little hand as I began to head back the way I came. She began to follow alongside me. Looking at her face, I could see that she wore a mischievous smile, as if she was extremely interested in whether or not I would get lost.
リカちゃんの家もこっちの方向なのかい?
It's not like they're too loud, really. It's just that, when you're not expecting them and you hear them all of a sudden, it just, it can freak you out for a second. Yeah. I know what they're saying.
なのですよ。
こんな時間に一人で表を歩いてると、ご両親に怒られたりしないかい?
別に怒られませんです。今日はご両親は忙しい日なので、僕のことなど忘れていますです。
Your chat loves you getting scared like that. That's fair.
それでも帰った方がいい。
I scare the shit out of friends with them. That's also fair.
それでも赤坂とおしゃべりする方が面白いのでいいのです。
Oh, LOL, that's hilarious. You made all your alerts farts. What are we, 12? That's hilarious. I love it. I just have really nice soothing sounds, but I guess because I want you all to have that kind of experience while you're here. Not that we're not gonna laugh and love other things or do other things here, but I like the soothing, chill experience, I guess. But I will have some scary stuff going on. I fully admit to being a bastion of maturity. Uh-huh, sure. With gunshots? Jesus Christ. I'm just so amused by this conversation right now. What's gorgeous? Oh, the farts. The farts are gorgeous. Yes. She said that with a face free from worry as she looked up at me once more and smiled. When she showed me that smile, that eerie feeling surrounded her faded. Apparently fart noises are gorgeous and the symbol of maturity. No, they don't get scared by the fart sound. They laugh at the fart sound. We were talking about other things that were scaring us. A lot of things are happening here. Oh, your friend gets scared by fart sound alerts? What? Okay. I don't even know what's happening here anymore. I do feel like a lot of this needs to be put on t-shirts, though. Somebody, make up the list of quotes that happens in this chat today and just, put them all on t-shirts. But even then, she was still as mysterious to me as ever. We arrived at the corner I had turned at earlier. Honestly, out of all the characters, Rika is the most mysterious one. But it was much darker than before, and with that point of view changed on the return trip, I wasn't very confident this actually was the corner I turned at. There's no mistake, it had to be this corner. I mean, it's the right background picture, so... Yes, a precious, sometimes spoopy cinnamon roll, indeed. As I began to move my feet again, the girl grabbed onto my clothes.
赤坂は病院へ戻るのではないのですか？
もちろん戻るつもりだよ。道間違えた？
Is there like a quote feature for the what for the for the bot? A short moment of silence. Eventually, still holding onto my clothes, she began to walk. Because I feel like there's a lot of things I've said that really needs to be turned into quotes, like broadcasting all over my channel. It was the beginning of the walk to the hospital this mysterious girl would take me on. Take on me. Sorry. Okay. There is a quote feature in Stream Elements. Just need to add quote. But I'm on does Streamlabs have it?
電話のコードを切って回ってたのリカちゃんだろ?
So the version I'm playing now, it's the 7th mod. I just recently downloaded it for this chapter slash arc. This is the 4th chapter slash arc. And the sprites are actually the new updated sprites from the Manga Gamer version, which was the version they put on Steam, like the most recent version. But the Steam version did not have any background and didn't have any voice acting. So I downloaded the patch just for the backgrounds and the voice acting, and I kept the sprites from the newest version, is what happened. Oh, you're right. I keep thinking like everything has to be in everything has to be in Streamlabs, but I guess because I have the Stream Elements bot, that the stuff in the Stream Elements bot would make more sense. What was the quote? What was the quote that someone said you should put that on a t-shirt? What was the exact quote? We need it for reference. Yeah, the 7th mod is really, really good. No, Orange and Peachy said put that on a t-shirt, and I said there's probably a lot of things going on that needs to be put on a t-shirt. But I don't know what exactly was said. Like, I can't go back in time. Time marches on. Don't you know how this works? By the end of stream, I'll have forgotten what the quote was, because we didn't write it down. I know I have the Stream Elements bot. Why are you all being mean to me? I know I had the Stream Elements bot, but like... The reason I get confused is because I use Streamlabs, but I use the Stream Elements bot, so like... In my brain, I keep them separated even though I'm using them both in the same, like... You know what I mean? Like, at the same time... Can I add the quote? What was the quote? Sure, let's add the quote. Add that quote, Pandora. Can I not add the quotes? I should be able to add the quotes. I think he just means adding the quote to the list of quotes, which doesn't have any quotes at the moment right now. Yeah, the 7th mod is really good, and I really, really like... I really, really like the... The sprites, or the models from the 7th, well, not from the 7th mod, from the manga gamer, but I like the voice acting in the backgrounds from the 7th mod so much more. They did really, really good with their character design in the Manga Gamer patch. That was like the only thing they did that was good. I'm using the new sound effects too, so I guess those aren't bad.
ダメだよ。もうしちゃ。
僕には何のことかよくわかりません。
It was either farts are gorgeous or like hang on, let me. Sorry, as I'm scrolling, it's scrolling the text log too. I was seeing a lot of things at the time. Probably farts are gorgeous, yeah. Alright, no problem. Rest well.
本当にかい?
Yeah, take care. Farts are gorgeous. Okay. Add that quote. Apparently. She tried to play dumb, but it was written all over her face.
Nipa.
Nipa! That's another quote. Nipa. It was obvious she was trying to laugh it off, but that adorable smile of hers just made me want to forgive her. I'm going to be a horrible father, aren't I? Does that pull up the list of, like, all the quotes, like, every time you... Like, every single quote, every time you hit, like, exclamation point quote? Oh, it gives a random quote every time. Okay. Fair enough. We're gonna add... Quote, add... Nipa. Hey, that's quote number 2, just Nipa. That's it. That's it, guys. And then we're gonna quote, add farts are gorgeous. Who said that? Polly? Oh, you already added that one. Okay. What was the other one I was gonna add? I was gonna add something else. Oh yeah, the other day when I was playing Flowers, the one chick would not stop saying ara ara, so I gotta add that as a quote now. These are gonna be a random mix of Japanese sounds and weird quotes that are gonna make no sense to anyone that was not in stream. That's what it's gonna be. I feel like I'm pretty okay at saying ara ara. I feel like I'm pretty good at it. Also, we're gonna do a mad awoo as a quote as well, because we need howls as a quote. Anything else I can think of in my brain right now? Anything I say a lot, I'm probably just gonna add it as a quote later on. I was thinking about doing an ara ara redeem, but it's not really like... I don't know, it's not really like a thing for my channel specifically. It's just, I mention it and say it every time someone, like, some voice actor says it in a visual novel game. Watch me play Flowers. If Narine comes on stream, she says ara ara, like, all the freaking time. Like, every time she comes on, she says that word, like, that phrase, like, 10 times. It's just something the voice actor likes to do, I guess. I don't know. The momentary lapse in tension was erased by her next words.
Nago, 無事に見つかってよかったです。
I mean, I could. I don't know how much I would make it for, but I could. Unable to respond right away, I sink into silence. I had already learned this from Sato-san's info, didn't I? This girl, no, this entire village, knew everything since the moment I set foot in it. I considered playing dumb, but in the end I chose not to. With everything being known already, there was no point in me feigning ignorance.
なんとかね。
それは良かったです。
My favorite person that says ara ara is Arata, because it's actually in his name, so it makes sense for him.
これで東京に帰れますですよ。
ありがとう。
赤坂の怪我はひどいのですか？
さあ、ひどいのかどうか、医者の診察を聞いてないからわからないな。
Come to think of it, I vaguely remember being told to lie down and take it easy for at least 24 hours. Did that mean bed rest?
怪我人は病院を抜け出してはいけないのですよ。
Yeah, you need to rest, you silly Billy.
電話のコードだって切っちゃいけないんだぞ。
Meep. Oh, there's another quote. Meep. Meep. Oh, wait. I forgot to press add. Sorry. There. But it's good to know my quotes work.
僕には何のことやらわからないのです。
Of course, you have no idea what I'm talking about. Why would you know what I'm talking about?
じゃあこっちだって何のことかわからないや。
As we played dumb with each other, we both laughed at the same time. If somebody saw us laughing at each other like this, it would probably bring a smile to their lips.
赤坂が生きてこの村を出られる確率は決して高くありませんでした。
Excuse me? Why the fuck would you say something like that to me? The fuck does that mean, Rika?
僕は赤坂に死んでほしくはないので、生きて村を出ることができて嬉しいです。
リカちゃん、最初っから私の正体は知ってたんだろ？
Rika knows everything. Let it be known. Rika knows everything. She said nothing, but gave a firm nod.
なら分かっていると思うけど、私たちはこの村のどちらかというと敵の部類に入ると思う。
Is Nerd still here?
なのに君はいろいろと忠告してくれたね。
Because I was gonna ask him something, actually. That's right. She said it at that time. She wouldn't warn somebody that she was okay with dying. She definitely said something like that.
なら私は君に感謝するべきなのかもしれないね。
感謝した方がいいのですよ。僕は命の恩人なのです。
I think it was Nert who said the other day on stream, this is another quote idea. I was playing Flowers, which is a Yuri visual novel. I believe it was Nert who said this. He said, "Have you reached maximum gay yet?" I thought that was hilarious. This was before I got the bot, so I feel like that's a proper quote. She said it jokingly, but the meaning behind those words was quite heavy. That was because whether I lived or died was a decision that might have been made in a place unbeknownst to me. She said those words with such an adorable smile that it took a few moments of silence for their weight to settle in. You know what you need to do, Dylan? You need to go through all of my streams that you're catching up on YouTube and write down quotes from them for me, and then make a list and send them to me. She said those words with such an adorable smile that it took a few moments of silence for their weight to settle in. I'd been to this place before. The Guardian's office was there. It was the stone steps leading up to the Furude shrine. When I passed by before, I was so focused on finding a phone booth I hadn't realized where I was.
確かこの神社がリカちゃんの家だったよね。
I also also find it, like, very interesting that you found my YouTube channel first. Like, I don't know how you found my YouTube channel, but...
まあそんなものです。
I'm glad someone found it. I feel like nobody goes there anymore. Looking up at the shrine grounds, it was brightly lit and energetic voices could be heard. What was going on?
今日はお祭りの日なのですよ。
Oh no. Please don't tell me it's the festival.
お祭り？
ひなみ沢村の唯一で一番のお祭
Fuck!
り。
Not this one! Not again!
綿流しのお祭りです。
God damn it. Of course it's the Wada Nagashi. Of course it is. This is why she told you to leave.
綿流し？
If you leave before the Wada Nagashi, you will be spared.
祭りなんて名ばかりのつまらないものですよ。見ますですか？
Oh god. I'm gonna add that one. I'm pretty sure it was Nert, but... I'm gonna add that quote, because that was funny. The process was playing visual novels, looked for other people playing visual novels, saw you were starting Alcana, okay, and then you found me. That's fair. Did you, like, were you interested in Alcana? Or did you just, like, happen to... Or have you played Alcana before and decided to check out my playthrough of it? Because I've played a lot of visual novels. She asked bluntly. But seeing that I looked interested, she climbed up a couple of steps and motioned for me to come. That's cool. Yeah, you need to be around during my Alcana streams because no one shows up and I feel like it's boring. Well, not that no one shows up, but, like, only a few people show up and, like, no one really seems to appreciate it. I guess. Unlike Higurashi or, I got, like, one person that follows my flowers. Yeah, I really like it too. I think it's adorable, but nobody else really seems to care. I'm just kind of like, oh, okay, I guess I'll just play it then and talk at the same time and hope you all don't get bored. But I play a bunch of visual novels. I've done some more in the past too. Yeah, the music is fantastic. And the intro is like, it's mwah. One of the best, like, intros I've ever experienced. I was only going back to go to sleep anyways. If I had nothing else to do, it might not be a bad idea to go with her on a little detour. No, please don't! Go back! Go home! Tonight! Don't even go back to the hospital. Go, leave! In the hospital territory. Call Oishi! Call Oishi! Grab the car! We're leaving! In the hostile territory that was this village, I didn't know what would happen if I ventured down a side road without Oishi. Even though I thought of the village like that, when I was with this girl, I forgot all about it. In any case, even without anything to back it up, I felt that as long as I was with her, none of the ill will from the village would befall me. That's a fucking lie. Keiichi was with her every day and he always died. That's why, even though I knew my cover was blown, I strangely had no qualms about setting foot into the heart of the Onegafuchi Guardian's territory. Oh, yeah, the Amnesia games that game was so fun. Like, I really super enjoyed going through all the routes of that one. And they were actually relatively short. Like, I could get through each route within, like, 3 parts, so it really wasn't that bad. But it was a really fun game. Yeah, I missed that one actually a little bit. Yeah, I feel that. There's nothing wrong with that either. I mean, I'm gonna try to, like, I'm not gonna eliminate visual novels at all. I'll probably be playing visual novels as long as I'm a streamer. But I'm gonna try to get a little bit more variety in here because there's a lot of other types of games that other people like and a lot of other types of games that I really like. So I would like to kind of spread my, types of games a little bit more. Even though I really love visual novels and I will always play visual novels, even if they're not very popular with other people. Climbing up to the grounds of the shrine, I could see there were about 3 pavilions set up with meeting tables and folding chairs. The old folks from the village, no, the executives of the Guardians, were already quite drunkenly sharing another round of drinks. I can only see it as people from the village council drinking while enjoying the evening air. Yeah, I really like when I switch it up and play different things. Like when I played Dead by Daylight the other day, that was fun. Playing Celeste Saturday night was really, really fun. That was something, because I hadn't really played a platformer like in a long time, so that was really something interesting to mix up my like game genres around. At the very least, it was certainly quite different than any festival I'd ever seen.
ね。つまんないお祭りでしょ?
Yeah, so I'm gonna plan on playing different things, but I gotta, like, finish, doing the playthroughs that I'm currently doing, and then I can, like, switch it around,
これは確かにお祭りには見えないね。
大昔からずっと続いてきたお祭りですが、
Variety is
見て
good.
の通り、すっかり寂れてしまったのですよ。
Also, I think it's tomorrow, Dylan? I think I'm playing Alcana tomorrow on live stream. Yes, tomorrow. So, if you want to stick around for that, or if you can, it's going to be 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so I hope you can make it to that one, since you're a Alcana fan. I'm still working on the first route, which is Bashiro, but, As if to chide the old folks, she said that while looking at them with an exasperated expression. Oh god, I am so excited for Celeste. Like, I am struggling and raging the whole time, but it's very, very fun. Yeah, Mashiro is so adorable. So far, she's like my favorite character. Like, I love her character aesthetic. You really couldn't call this a festival anymore. It was just a bunch of neighbors getting together to drink under the guise of a festival.
これじゃ祀られる神様は気の毒だな。
Oh, don't feel sorry for the deity. The deity kills everyone.
こんなみっともないお祭りも5、6年もすると村中が総出でやってきて、ちゃんと儀式も真面目にやる立派なお祭りになるのですよ。
Okay. Alright. What she said was not so much wistful thinking as it was the telling of a future that had already been determined. So she wished for that to happen, and that's... She wasn't even predicting it. It was almost like she was simply reporting the results. I haven't played any of those games that you've mentioned, but I've been watching Markiplier play House, and it's really, really interesting. Like, I super, super enjoy watching that. And I've heard of AI Somnium Files, but I haven't played it myself. Even though it was baseless speculation, the way she said it wouldn't let me interject. It was the same way she talked when she changed. Okay. While I was struggling to find the words to reply to her, she wandered over to the other side of the grounds, not minding me at all. This was a really long chapter, by the way. Not in a state where I could afford to be left behind, I hurriedly followed after her. Don't leave me! You're the only one I know! Everything is scary here! Passing through a copse? I'm assuming it means a corpse. Why would that make sense? Of pine trees, a strong and cool breeze ruffled my hair. A copse? Is that a word? I'm gonna look this up. Copse. It is. Definition. They use a lot of really weird words in this game that I've never heard of. A copse, I think, or copse.
Cops.
A copse of pine trees. I've never heard that word in my life. Okay, fair enough. I've never heard that. I thought they were, like, misspelling a word. They use a lot of really weird words in this game in the translation that I've never heard of. There, from that one evening, was the splendid observation platform the girl had shown me. I'm glad, yeah. Yeah, I'm glad he's playing it too. It's very, very interesting. As it had grown completely dark, the modest lights glittering across the nightscape were provided a different type of scenery.
こうして眺めると、この村ものどかそうに見えますのです。
She said that with an indifferent look on her face.
君は先日、この村は絶対にダムに沈むことはないと、そう断言したね。
She didn't reply, seemingly relishing in the feeling of the wind blowing through her hair.
あれは、あの時点でもう、大臣が要求に応じていたという意味だったんだね。
She spun around, her gaze meeting mine, but she said nothing. She spoke nothing that would neither confirm nor deny what I had just said.
多分、今回の事件は闇から闇へ葬られる。本庁上層部は多分大臣のスキャンダルが公になってトラブルになることを望まないと思う。
さもないと孫を殺すぞと脅したに違いないのです。
で、大臣との交渉が成功し、孫は解放された。
孫を助けたのは赤坂ですよ。
どうだろう。発端となったあの財布の発見、あれ自体がすでにできすぎだったように思う。
That's what I was thinking. Ever since the moment the wallet was discovered, I felt something was odd. Oishi said it as well, that the Sonozaki family had given the order to release the hostage, meaning that our little manhunt was a farce to begin with. Come to think of it, I was punched, kicked, and had a gun pointed at me. I felt like they had put up quite a fight, but that might have all been a good part of the performance. Once the negotiations were successful, they couldn't just say, "Here you go," and return the minister's grandson right to his doorstep. They knew that public safety had realized this was a kidnapping case and were moving in on it. That's why, due to the actions of public safety, the grandson was able to be rescued safely. So the minister didn't give in to any unreasonable demands. That type of performance was necessary.
僕には難しいことはよくわかりません。
同感だな。
Same.
私にだって難しいことはよくわからない。
Same. I'm always confused in this game.
一つ確実なことがある。君が言った通りってことさ。この村はダム湖になんか沈まない。ダム計画なんてそのうちなくなってしまうってことさ。
That wasn't something an officer of the law should be saying. But I naturally let those words slip from my mouth. The village may have stirred up all sorts of trouble, but that was because they were protecting their homes. If someone just decided by themselves that I had to leave the house I was used to living in, I would resent them as well. On top of all that, it wasn't a place like mine where I just happened to be renting it, but a place that their families had lived in for generations. I might be ignorant to call their desperate resistance an overreaction. It might not really be qualified to criticize politics or bureaucracy. But deliberately building a dam on land that was loved by its residents wasn't something I could get behind.
でも、よかったじゃないか。
どうしてですか？
That's a really, really gorgeous CG. I love that.
少なくともこれで、この村に平和が戻るよ。
I don't know about peace. There's a lot of death that follows this. Even though the minister probably promised to use his considerable influence to cancel the project, it would probably take more than a few months before it would be completely scrapped. At the very least, it would probably take 1 or 2 years. For the villagers to officially hear that their village wasn't going to be submerged at the bottom of the dam was still a ways away. But it was no mistake that the promise of peace returning to the village was there. It turned out from beginning to end that I had already been decided. Just as the girl had said, it was decided. There wasn't really a need for me to come here in the first place. There was absolutely no need for me to have come here and aggravated an unpleasant situation. That's why she told me to leave! That's why she told you to leave, man! If I had never even come here, then The grandson's release might have been done in a more amicable manner.
平和がこの村に
When I nodded, she laughed as if to admonish me, but her face remained indifferent, expressionless. And then her eyes narrowed slightly as she snickered.
これから毎年血生臭いことが起きるのに
There it is.
リカちゃん何の話だい
As the wind blew her hair about the girl, as if taking pleasure in that I was the only one who didn't know. Continued to snicker as she looked at my face for a while.
私ねあと何年かすると
Bless you,
殺さ
Kitty.
れるの
She likes to sneeze. No problem, Dylan. See you later. Thanks for coming. Backlit by the moon, it was hard to tell if her expression that had been cast in shadow was smiling, amused, or resigned.
リカちゃんがどうして
とても不愉快なことだけどそれも多分決まってることなの
決まっているって誰がそんなことを決めるんだい
それを私も知りたいの
Turning back to face me, she showed me a resolute expression for the first time. And after staring into my eyes for a moment, she turned back to gaze at the scenery before she spoke her next words.
ここは人の命を何とも思わない連中でいっぱいですこれを伝えても何も変わらないかもしれないけどでも死という月を映す水面をかき消すためなら小石を投じることもあるかもしれない
Rika's voice actor? I had no idea what she was trying to say. But she sounded damn good saying it, didn't she? It's just, I had to listen to every word with my body and soul, or at least that's what I thought.
来年の今日
Aw, thank you so much for donating, Dylan! Thank you so much! That's gonna go towards more emojis. Prophecy ASMR. Yes, God ASMR, indeed. Yeah, I'm gonna get some more emojis for you guys, for the people that cheer, and for the people that have subscribed to me, so.
そう昭和54年の6月
I'm also saving up money for other things, which I cannot say at this moment. It is going to be a future thing that I'm being hush-hush about, so.
ダム現場の監督が殺されます
For a moment, I couldn't comprehend what she was talking about. But the foreman, did she mean that gruff old man I played mahjong with? Yep.
殺されるってどうして
She didn't answer. But she had the same expression on her face as she did when she declared that the dam project would go away. That wasn't the face of somebody making a forecast or a prediction. It was something that was already decided. No, it was as if she was already reporting the results. That sort of expression.
恐ろしい殺され方をした後体中をバラバラに引き裂かれて捨てられてしまいます
バラバラ殺人
その翌年の昭和55年の6月の今日聡子の両親が突き落とされて死にます
Satoko. It was the first time I heard that name. Oh, Satoko! Ah! I'm still crying over Satoko! God damn it. But I didn't have the courage to interrupt the girl's
あ
story.
るいは事故と言うべきかもしれない
It might be an accident.
不幸な事故
The girl smiled faintly, but she wasn't exactly encouraging me to smile along with the lifeless look in her eyes.
そして、さらにその翌年の昭和56年の6月の今日。
Oh, I bet that sounds terrible. God.
私の両親が殺されます。そしてさらに翌年の昭和57年の6月の今日、聡子の意地悪おばが頭を割られて死にます。そしてさらに翌年の昭和58年の6月の今日。
Oh yeah, her arc was so sad.
あるいはその数日後か。私が殺されます。
Wait. And then the year after that, this day of June 1983, I will be killed. Does she die every arc? I know she died last arc for 100% certainty.
すべての死が予定調和なら、最後の死もまた予定のうちなのでしょうか。
She like disappeared in the second one.
でも、
And I think they found her
ならばこれは
remains?
一体誰の予定なの？
I'm not sure about the first one. I don't remember her dying in the first one. This village is full of murders and people who have no regard for human life. It would be fine to believe that all the deaths up to 1982 would be the work of somebody in the village. It would be fine to believe that all the deaths that would occur were at the discretion of those who controlled the village. But that didn't explain what would happen in 1983. There was no way the last death would fit in with anybody's plans. They had no regard for human life. They would use every means at their disposal to meet their goals. Their goals were at odds with the last death. That's why the last death was one related to them. But that last death would definitely, most likely, probably, without question, happen. Probably definitely, I dare say. The last death would be a merciful one. That's not true, because in the last one, she was like torn apart with her organs splaying fucking out, and there were crows crawling all over her. That was not merciless, like merciful at all. A handkerchief or something being placed over their mouth, making them lose consciousness, never to wake up again. Exactly whose plan was that?
私は幸せに生きたい。望みはそれだけ。大好きな友人たちに囲まれて、楽しく日々を過ごしたい。
Well, that's gonna fucking go astray.
それだけなの。それ以上の何も望んでいないの。
リカちゃん。
So because she wished it, that's how they always end up together in each arc?
死にたくない。
Because she wishes not to die, that's why they keep going through the same shit? Hold on. That's a lot of shit. Hold on. So because she wishes not to die and to spend the time with her friends, it keeps recycling like freaking Groundhog Day, but except the same summer. Like, over and over. What? Is that what's happening? Is that what's happening? Because she's a god. The girl, stoic as ever, let those last words slip in the end. Don't tell me if you actually know, don't tell me. I'm just speculating here. Nert likes it when I speculate. Eventually we were discovered by some drunks. The girl, as well as I, were dragged back to the festivities. He does like it when I speculate, yes. Welcome back, Pred. Glad you're back. Everybody was completely drunk, so even when they saw my head completely wrapped in bandages, they wouldn't let me leave. Well, certainly if I was in a good enough condition to slip out of the hospital, it must not be that serious. The girl was mingling with everybody, being pampered like a kitten. As Eureka things. You're very excited about the answer arc? The first answer arc? Me too. Because I want to know what the fuck is going on. I have no clue. Her expression was adorable. Nothing like the one from just before. Predicting her own death and whispering that she didn't want to die. Having said that, having a silly and lively conversation like this, it was hard to believe that these people were the core of an extremist resistance group. Even if it was a shell of its former self, it was a festival where people in the village gathered, so the 20-some odd folk here should have included some of the village executives and other important members. Among those, there was no doubt that there were members that were at the Sonozaki Family Council in attendance. Meaning, even if we never met face-to-face before, there were people here who knew my identity. In a small village like this, they knew the faces of all the villagers that lived here. That's why, without even saying anything, it soon became obvious that I was an outsider. But they actually seemed interested by that, asking me all sorts of questions about Tokyo. Drinking while musing on their fate relationship the city had with the villagers, and emphasizing with the rather meager environment. The confidential tasks with the minister were finished. His grandson was in police custody. Everything was over. But was it over? Is it over? I may not have to be put in another perilous situation. To me, they were only my adversaries because of my job. Outside of that, there was no reason I couldn't be friendly with them. The next time I visited this village, would it return to being a tranquil and beautiful place? If that happened, I might be able to take a relaxed walk around the village with her again. My cup was once again filled to the brim with beer. By the time I was able to get away, it was the middle of the night. The girl had at some point disappeared. Seems that her parents had told her to go home and sleep when she let out a large yawn. The old folks, who had absolutely no remorse for making an injured person hang out with them, told me as much as they laughed. I was just there drinking, so I had thought to help a bit with cleanup. However, my help was refused on the grounds that I was a guest. On top of that, they had a car prepared to take me back to the hospital. Losing the battle against my sleepiness inside the car, I was sound asleep until we reached the parking lot of the hospital. The front door of the hospital was naturally locked at this hour. I wandered about bewilderingly searching for a back entrance until somebody on night duty found me and let me inside. Looking for a payphone! And then I got drunk, I think.
ご迷惑をおかけしました。神社でお祭りの人たちに引き止められまして。
ああ、そういえば今日は神社で町会の人たちが集まって飲むとか言ってたな。それはご愁傷様でした。傷は大丈夫ですか？
ちょっとズキズキしますね。多分アルコールのせいだと思います。
そうだ。お連れの刑事さんが連絡が欲しいと言ってましたよ。
いけない。大石さんを待たせてたんだった。
Oh, he's never gonna let you live it down either. I glanced at the clock. No matter how you looked at it, it was way too late to call him now. I'll apologize to him tomorrow over the phone. I returned back to my hospital room and slipped into the bed that was still unmade from the time I went outside. Oh, that's no good. I have to turn off the lights. But my weariness had cut the cord powering my body, lulling me into a deep sleep. I think we're getting close, y'all. A Mother's Diary, A Mother's Diary 2, A Mother's Diary 3. Who is a mother? Let's save first, and then I'll finish the end of chapter 5. There was something I didn't like about my child. I first realized it when I started writing these things down. They never warn you about it in any books about raising children, but they aren't just a plaything. If they aren't able to feel loved even when they're not doing exactly as their parents want them to, then those parents are failures. This wasn't something like that, though. How can I say it? It's probably harder to express with mere words. I just want my child to be average. As long as they weren't failing behind, there wasn't any need for them to excel at something. As long as they acted appropriately for their age, I would have been fine with it. But my child had been different ever since kindergarten. While the children in her class were running around in excitement about the field trip the next day, she only wore a bored look on her face, aloof and distant. When the other kids broke the equipment for the athletics festival and were apologizing fervently, she only wore a bored look on her face, aloof and distant. When the teacher was reading a fun picture book, only she wasn't smiling. Even if they all got to eat a delicious bento, only she wasn't happy. If it was only this, it would still be in the realm of understanding. However, what I don't understand about my child is that if the aforementioned situations happened again, they'd now act in a manner befitting their age. I don't understand the principle behind that as a parent. Why were they indifferent about that field trip but happy about this one? Why were they indifferent about that picture book but happy about this one? Why were they indifferent about that bento but happy about this one? The former and the latter in each situation seem exactly the same to me. There was even times when I thought the former one was better. I don't understand that child's feelings. During parent-teacher meetings, the teacher always says the same thing, and I would always respond that I don't understand my own child, and we would mope together. My husband, always the optimist, once said that a young child's feelings are different from an adult's, so if there were some things we didn't understand, we shouldn't worry about it. I lament his lack of urgency. One day, when I was in a good mood, I took the effort to prepare a menu that my child would enjoy, but she only smiled with a vague expression of disinterest. That attitude frankly made me angry, so I hit her on the head. On a day when the weather was nice, the laundry I had just hung up to dry was blown by a large gust of wind, causing an entire line to fall down. But she, watching me trying to pick up the laundry in a panic, stood there laughing. That attitude frankly made me angry, so I hit her on the head. I think the same sort of thing happened countless times. Before I knew it, my child was only able to look at me with an indifferent expression on her face. I regret the fact that I've been a bad mother. Thinking I should regain her trust, I thought to get it back a little by little with some light interactions. Seeing her do some sort of craft work on the veranda, I called out to her.
ここ数日、気持ちのいい晴れの日が続いて、気分がいいわね。
That child, with that indifferent look on her face I hated so much, looked up at me for a moment, then without a word returned to immersing herself in her crafty work. Up until now, I would have hit her on the head just for that. I held myself back.
何を作ってるの？お人形さん？てるてる坊主。
The child was using inserts from the newspaper to deftly make some weather charms. The forecast hadn't called for a rain, but that child in her own way was praying that these sunny days would continue. Being able to understand my own child for the first time in a while, I couldn't hide my own happiness. Bringing out a ball of yarn, I began to hang my child's cute weather charms from the eaves of the house.
ダメよ、リカ。頭が重すぎるから。ほら。逆さてるてる坊主になっちゃったわ。これじゃ晴れじゃなくて雨になっちゃうわよ。
When I started to take them down, my child tugged at the hem of my shirt as if to stop me.
逆さになるように作ったのだから、それでいいの。でもリカ、てるてる坊主が逆さじゃ晴れのおまじないにならないわよ。雨が降るようにおまじないをしているから、それでいいの。
I desperately suppressed the emotions welling up inside of me. I was trying desperately to understand my child.
そっか。お庭の朝顔が晴れ続きで元気がなくなっちゃったから、雨が欲しいのね。
The child turned to me with the expression that I hated the most.
晴れにね。飽きたの。
Oh, good. I don't understand. I don't understand. I just can't understand that child. I see you, Pandora, playing V-Roid Studio. I see you. Just kidding. Not to call you out or anything. I have a few of the people like in chat on Steam, so whenever they're playing something, I get I get notified on my Steam when I'm streaming. This won't happen, like, if I'm not on Steam playing other games on other consoles, but only when I'm playing on Steam does this happen. During the family council, she buried herself under Oryu-san's futon again. Oryu-san dotes on her unwaveringly. No matter whatever insolence my child commits, she doesn't mind. It's almost as though my child is a kitten or something. Oryu dotes on her exactly like you would with a kitten. As her mother, I chided her for doing that. Until Oryu-san had said 3 times that it was fine, I chided her as a formality. Of course, she never lends an ear to any of my chidings. Knowing that Oryu-san's standing was far above mine, she behaves like that. I don't like the cunning that's unbefitting of her age, either. In any case, not only Oryu-san, but the rest of the old folk in the village spoil her too much. One day I was surprised. By chance, on the way back from some shopping, I saw her by herself just outside a candy shop. My own child suddenly grabbed a snack, opened the package right there, and then started eating it. She didn't make any attempt to pay for it. She didn't even think of looking around. Didn't even feel like she was shoplifting, more like she was brazenly eating snacks that was offered to her. When I began to admonish my child, the elderly shop owner appeared and covered for her. The owner gave the ridiculous excuse that he said it was okay for that child to eat any of the snacks out by the entrance, so it was fine. When I tried to pay for these snacks that my child had eaten, the owner refused my money. During that exchange, more old folks had suddenly gathered around, and it began to feel like I was the one in the wrong. The elderly people all put their hands together reverently in front of my child and repeatedly voiced their respects. I was born into the Frude family, so it wasn't like I didn't know why she was being treated specially. When I was still young, it was something I heard often from my grandmother. If by chance the child that I gave birth to was a girl, that child would be the living incarnation of Oyashiro-sama. All the older folk believe she's the living incarnation of Oyashiro-sama and spoil her rotten. Not only did they spoil her, but they even told her that she was the living incarnation of Oyashiro-sama, that she had divine power and threw all sorts of strange folk tales her way. Though she may have begun to believe herself that she was a special existence. I went around and told everybody that I wasn't good for her upbringing, so to stop telling her all these strange things, but there was no uprooting the elderly people's deep-seated superstitions. I told my child not to listen to them, but it ended up being that she stopped listening to me. Between all those old folks in the village who would dote on her and myself who only scolded her, there was no wonder who she would listen to. There was no mistaking that the reason she had become strange was because of the elderly villagers. There was no doubt that they had shoved her full of strange folk tales and superstitions since she was young. If it wasn't for that, there was no doubt my child would have been cute and normal. She is cute, but not quite normal. Which is okay. I'm not normal either, you know? Everybody's a little odd sometimes. One sunny parent-teacher day, but not always, you know, I am the incarnation of a god and everything I say is true, kind of, you know, kind of thing. Kind of normal. There was a cooking class and my child was making curry rice with a practiced hand. While the other children her age were awkwardly using their kitchen knives, that child was wielding hers deftly. The teacher approached me with a smile on her face, saying it must be a result of learning it at home. I managed to play it off with a vague smile and a nod in response. That was because I had never once taught my child how to make curry rice. Even then, she was peeling vegetables with a practiced hand, adding them into the pot in the order of which took longer to cook. I can make curry. It's actually one of the few things I actually know how to make. For a normal parent, they might unintentionally clap their hands together, happy at their child's actions. But in my case, it was different. There was no mistaking that somebody had taught her how to make that curry rice when I wasn't taking care of her. Thinking that, I quietly fell into an unpleasant mood. When I asked, it seemed she could only sew and do the laundry. I had never taught her how to do those, and again, never saw her do it outside the house. Be it cooking or sewing or the laundry. Again, that was probably because the elderly villagers taught her all sorts of rubbish when I wasn't looking. I mean, that's not really rubbish, that's all important things to know. And not only that, they probably taught her all sorts of strange superstitions, trying to prop her up as the living incarnation of Oyashiro-sama. I said as much to my husband, suggesting that we should keep our child away from the elderly folk. But my husband, who was in the position of being the head priest of the Furude shrine, had little power against the elderly who supported it. He took the rather uncommitted stance of saying that as long as she was being doted upon, wasn't it fine? I argued against that she was our child and she should be a completely normal girl. That's what the elderly were expecting, that she was the living incarnation of Oyashiro-sama, was simply odd. The elderly villagers believed that the child has divine powers. We would discuss the weather the following day, but there were many times when I left the house without an umbrella and came back soaking wet. Oh, they did say in that one part, the one old man said, he said, well, you never know when it can just downpour. And, when Akasaka mentioned, oh, but it's all bright right now. It's like, completely daytime. And there's no forecast of rain at all. And the old man was like, well, you never know when it's just gonna rain. It makes sense. Rather than having clairvoyance, that was just secondhand knowledge from her watching the news all the time. The things that she knew that she shouldn't have known were just a result of the people who were trying to indoctrinate her and the people who were gossiping getting together in the village. However, there certainly were days when everybody thought it was going to be sunny all day and that child would stubbornly not go out without an umbrella. It would occasionally rain, and in the end we would be saved. There might have also been times when Rika knew of major incidents in foreign countries faster than the news did. I thought that she must have heard it break over the radio or something. Knowing things she shouldn't have, something like that, was in front of me right now, wasn't it? That child was making curry rice when there shouldn't have been anybody who taught her how to. No, that couldn't possibly be the case. Somebody had taught her, indoctrinated her. When I wasn't taking care of her, somebody had indoctrinated Rika with something.
Furude-sanのカレーは大変見事です。先生、花丸をあげちゃいます。
ニパー。
ニパー。
フルデさんはお料理を誰に習いましたか？やっぱりお家で？はい、
お家なのですよ。
The other parents in attendance were impressed. Lies, all lies. I didn't teach her anything. Who was it? Who was the person who had completely indoctrinated my child? She was my normal average daughter, not the living incarnation of Oyashiro-sama. Or is she? Ooh, I got the detective achievement, guys. That means next chapter is gonna be the last chapter. Ooh. How long is chapter 6? I kinda wanna know now. How long is chapter 6? Ah! Do I want to finish? Or do I want to stop? Depends on how long this chapter is, because if it's like another 3 hours, I'm gonna wait till next time. But if it's like an hour, I can do it right now. I'll look this up. I'm not sure if I can find it. So this is about 6.5 hours in total. I'm not sure. You'll check how long the VOD was? Okay, I would appreciate that actually. I've done... When did I start chapter 4? It was part 22, and I'm on 25 now. So I've only done 3 parts. My last part, though, was over 3 hours. It was 1 hour and 20 for me. That's including the after party. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely gonna do the after party, because obviously that's a, Okay, alright. I'm gonna be doing the after party anyway, so since we only have like an hour or so left, I'm just gonna finish this bitch. Okay, sound good? I am going to take a small break and like go use the restroom and like take a drink of water and things, and I will be back in probably about 5 minutes, and then I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna finish things. So, we will be finishing chapter 4 soon. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Hello, everyone. Not sure who all is still here, but... Cats. No fighting.
それは誰もが忘れそうなほど地方の小さな村の出来事。
Elfie! Hi! How are you?
その傷跡も
I missed
消え去ろ
you!
うとしていたある日、青年はかつて出会った少女に思いを馳せる。あの日聞けなかった言葉、あの日果たせなかった約束、その後悔と慟哭が閉じられたままだった運命を開く一つの光となった。暇つぶし。
Whoa.
運命は幸せだけじゃない。でも不幸を望む人なんて誰もいない。
Midsummer 1985. So this is... Wait! This is 2 years after the main events in Higurashi? Duffa? Where are we skipping so far? You got oh my god. Okay. Apparently my break was not long enough. I'm still not being able to talk. A JRPG. I absolutely adore JRPGs. Growing up, I didn't really play a lot of them myself, but I watched my brother and my dad, who are really big gamers, play a lot of them, so I have a huge nostalgia for them. I have quite a few on my Steam, actually. I'm gonna get to play eventually, but I gotta get through some of these games first. Once I do, though, you all will get some hands-on JRPG time with Heather, so...
パパってば。
His little girl!
大丈夫？
So she's like 6 now. Aww. The Legend of Heroes. I've heard of that.
怖い夢でも見たの？
I have like a couple of the Final Fantasies on here I plan on playing. Miyuki was sitting next to me. I quickly patted her head after hearing her say that. So he did survive. That, anyways. I must have had a bad dream while sleeping in the cabin. I was sweating profusely. But she did say that you should go back to Tokyo or something will happen to you. But she didn't say when.
いや、なんでもない。ちょっと暑かったかな。
I tried to wipe away the sweat while answering and looked around for a handkerchief or towel. And then a cold drop ran down my forehead. Miyuki turned to me and smiled, then wiped my face with a towel she received to take off.
ありがとう、Yuki.
Oh, that's adorable. She's so cute. Thanks to her, I was finally able to shake off my slumber, so I got up from the aisle seat and looked out the window. I wrapped my arms around Miyuki in the window seat, and I listened to the noise as the land and sea blew past us before our eyes. Hokkaido! And then the plane gently turned before entering the airport runway. My kitty is in my lap now. One of them, anyway. Oh, we're back at the, airport station now. Interesting. Arriving at the lobby, I glanced around looking for Oishi, and was met with a familiar gruff voice calling out to me. If you hear a bunch of grunts, it's my cat. That's how she meows. Yes. Yes, it's you. I put a blanket on my lap because it was getting a bit chilly in my room, and she decides that's the time. That's the time we're gonna chill in, Heather's lap. Right? That's the time. Cuddles with kitties, yes. Perfect.
何年ぶりでしょう。
I think 6.
ご無沙汰しておりますね。
Hi. You're comfy, aren't you?
大石さん。
Heather's lap is best lap.
本当にお久しぶりです。
Uishi clapped his hands down on my shoulder, celebrating our reunion.
赤坂さんもだいぶいい顔つきになりましたね。最前線の捜査官らしいいい顔つきですよ。
大石さんはだいぶスマートになりましたね。
He looks exactly the same to me, but whatever.
背筋も良くなったような。
Lay down, would you?
俺も
You're being silly.
社交ダンスのおかげですか。
You're being silly.
赤坂さんもね、若いうちからダンスはやっておいた方がいいですよ。そしたらきっとモテます。
The other sprites? Does he look different in the other sprites? The mod menu. Art set. I mean, his thing looks the same as the last time I looked at it. I can mash P? Oh. Fair enough. I didn't know that. Okay.
モテモテ。
Yeah, it looks the same as I checked it before. Yuki had retired and moved to Sapporo, and of all things, had started taking ballroom dancing lessons. Cat, would you lay the fuck down? I'm about to just bonk you in the head. He had apparently gotten really into it, and had decided to spend the rest of his new life devoted to that hobby. He was aiming to get his instructor's qualifications before he hit 80 and live out his old age dandily.
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah? That's another one. He says that one a lot.
そちらがひょっとして？
Oh my goodness, she's so cute! Look how adorable! Oishi suddenly turned his attention to Miyuki, who was standing idly next to me. He bent down on his knee to look her in the face. However, my daughter was frightened and hid behind my back.
こら、みゆき。
He is a big dude.
ちゃんとご挨拶しなさい。
She was staring at Oishi with a dubious expression while tugging at the hem of my skirt. My skirt. Akasaka's wearing a skirt now, guys. She's usually not this shy. I wonder what's wrong. I mean, Oishi's pretty, like, intimidating at first. Even, like, if you know him pretty well, he's still intimidating. Unless you're on his good side.
すみません。いつもはこうじゃないんですが。
Lay down, please. You're being fussy. There's no reason for you to be fussy.
いえいえ、いいんですよ。
You are a full-grown ass bitch. There is no reason for you to be fussy.
おじさん、顔が怖いからな。よかったらお名前を聞いてもいいですか？
赤坂みゆき、7歳です。
Oh, it's 7 years. It's been 7 years.
こんにちはです。
いいお返事です。さすがは赤坂さんの娘さんですよな。
Rishi gently stroked Miyuki's head and smiled as though she were his own grandchild. I mean, godchild, probably. After finally seeing that, Miyuki smiled in relief. Shortly afterwards, Miyuki told me that she was just doing what I had told her to do, be careful around strangers. Rishi overheard that and let out a hearty laugh, shaking his body while laughing and walking. I let myself into Oishi's car, and we headed out towards the hot spring inn. I had originally intended to crash at Oishi's place, but Oishi was quite obstinate that his home wasn't suitable for that, so it came to this. There we go. See? Isn't that much better? Now you can lay your head down. At the inn, we relaxed while soaking in the hot springs, then ate a delicious feast until we were full. Miyuki had a little of the Mongolian barbecue and was delighted with it. I'm sorry all these cords are in your way. It's kind of a thing I have to do, you know, so my streamer friends won't get mad at me. Yeah. After our bellies were swollen, Miyuki grew sleepy and went off to bed. Then Oishi and I reminisced about the time we played mahjong together in Hinamizawa. It seemed that to celebrate our reunion, Oishi had looked for people who could play, but unable to find a suitable candidate, we had to give up on putting together a table. As we drank together, we excitedly recounted our exploits during the final manhunt.
結局あの犯人の2人は捕まったんですか?
Whoa! Whoa! That's an interesting getup, Oishi! I've never seen him in casual wear.
結局山狩りでも見つけられませんでした。
Whoa! That's actually a really pretty yukata there. That's dope!
多分村にかくまわれてから海外か遠方でほとぼりを冷ましてるんじゃないかと思いますね。
Elfie, don't don't get a nosebleed over Oishi.
大石さんは確か犯人の銃の一丁を奪いましたよね。あれからは
He 100% looks different though.
海外の軍用拳銃でした。関西系の暴力団組織が大量に密輸したうちの一丁でしょうな。戦場痕を調べましたが、他の事件とのつながりは何も出ませんでした。そっちでは?
They made him a real silver fox in the newest anime. I mean, I don't doubt it. I need to watch it after I finish all of these. But I'm waiting till I finish all these because spoilers.
全部闇の中ってことで決着したようですがね。
Uishi smiled wryly as he sipped his chilled drink. Actually, a fox, like, describes him, you know, pretty well as a character.
大変でしたね。今年で7年ですか。
ええ。先日7回忌の法要がありました。岐阜とも最近は疎遠でして、準備でいろいろ苦労しました。
それはお疲れ様でした。
It was then that the hostess brought in the extra drinks that we had ordered before. While the bottles of beer clanked as she brought them in, we halted our conversation. What Oishi meant when he said this must have been tough, thinking about that was still hard, but time had healed the wound. It was the day after, when I phoned Oishi to apologize. When I did, Oishi almost immediately handed the phone to one of my colleagues, who happened to be there. Not only was I injured in the brawl with the suspects, but I disappeared to drink late into the night without leaving any sort of contact information, so I thought he'd definitely be mad. However, all he said was that it was something he couldn't talk about over the phone, and that I should come to the station as soon as possible. At the time, I can only think that he must have been really pissed off. But when I arrived at the station, he said this.
君の奥さんが事故に遭ったらしい。
The fuck? Having no idea what happened, I borrowed the phone to contact the hospital Yuki was staying at. After being given the runaround several times, I was finally able to talk to someone in charge, and after mincing words for quite some time, they told me. Oh, poor Akasaka. Oh. The world became a blur as I sat there dumbfounded. Yuki's death was unbelievably abrupt, unbelievably sudden. What kind of accident? I could have understood if there was some kind of problem during the birth, but Yuki's death wasn't anything like that. On the stairs on the way up to the roof, she just happened to slip and fall. She just happened to fall at an unfortunate place at an unfortunate angle. Oh, that sucks, man. That was it. Wanting to blame Yuki's death on somebody, I began to think it was an act of revenge by the Guardians, that they killed my wife and made it look like an accident. What I learned when I flew back to Tokyo, however, was much more cruel than that. Yuki had a habit of going up to the roof to cool off in the evening. There was an elevator up to the 7th floor, but from there you had to take the stairs to get to the roof. Even late in her pregnancy, when the evening came, she would always head up there. Her father had always said for her not to push herself. But Yuki insisted that until the time she had no choice but to stay in bed, she should be allowed to do as she wished. However, I had never once seen Yuki go up to the roof. I only heard that from her father and the nurses. That was because whenever I visited her, she would spend that time with me instead. I heard the reason why Yuki went up to the roof from a nurse she had become friendly with. She had said that her husband was away on business a lot of the time, and that whenever he called, she was able to cheer him up and give him courage. But when he didn't call, she couldn't do that. Her husband might put on a show of bravado, but in reality he grew loathsome, pathetically fast. She was probably just the same. Whenever he left for business, not clear when he'd be back, she felt very lonely. Whenever she cheered him up, she was actually cheering herself up as well. That's why, whenever he went away for an important job, on the evenings he didn't call, at the very least, she felt that standing underneath the same sky, her feelings would reach him. At that moment, I remember the words that girl had told me. That it was best that I go back to Tokyo right away. Otherwise there would be something I'd regret horribly. Yes, that's it. Because I was away on business that day, Yuki had headed up to the roof. Had I known that this would have been the result, had I done as the girl had said and dropped everything and head back to Tokyo, I might have been with Yuki on the day she died. If I was with her, she wouldn't have gone up to the roof. The day my wife died was on the evening of my third day of my trip. Yes, it was right before the time I had the sudden urge to hear Yuki's voice and ran around the village trying to find a phone. The girl had gone around and cut all the phone cords. If she hadn't, and I had made that call, I would have undoubtedly learned of Yuki's death at that time, and collapsed in tears. Of course, even though the phone cords were cut, it had only put me off learning the Yuki's death by that one evening. In the end, I had learned of it the next morning. However, when I managed to put my emotions in order, I realized that it was the girl's small token that was the girl's small token of consideration.
そんな話は初めて聞きました。
ええ、私も初めて話します。
偶然では超能力じゃあるまいし。
大石さんは教えてくれましたよね。あの子はお社様という神様の生まれ変わりではないかと言われてるって。
ねえ、まあ村の年寄りどもはフルで理科に神通力があると信じてるようでしたがね。
神通力。
Oishi had originally said it as a kind of joke, but realizing that I was serious, he slumped his shoulders.
まあ、嘘か本当か知りませんがね。未来のことを予言してみせたり、知らないはずのことを話してみせたり。千里眼だの、天の啓示だの。まあ、いろいろです。もちろん、具体的な実例は何一つありゃしないんですがね。
雪絵の事故を予言してみせました。
Oishi tried to laugh it off, but out of respect to my deceased wife, he kept it restrained.
現職の警視庁の敏腕捜査官が神通力やらたたりやらを信じるわけで。
Having him say that so bluntly, I couldn't respond. Of course, I had no intention of believing such odd things. But he could only say that because he didn't know what I did. Since I met that other girl, who both was and wasn't Rika Furude, I couldn't deny the existence of an otherworldly entity.
予知でなく予告の可能性ももちろん否定できません。
Not prescience? Not prescience, I think, but a warning. If what that girl had said was a warning about Yuki's accident, then things became much easier to understand. Bless you, Kitty. Bless you. A lot of sneezes today. Wow. It's like there's pepper in the air or something. Basically, the line of thinking became that it was a threat. Because I didn't go back to Tokyo, my wife was killed in a way that made it look like an accident.
奥さんの事故の検証に 不備は？
もちろん謀殺の可能性も疑いました。現場検証の書類は全て目を通しましたし、私が独自に調査もしました。
There weren't any witnesses to Yukie's fall. There was the possibility that somebody had hidden, waiting to push Yukie down the stairs. However, the cleaning ladies frequented the roof to hang laundry, and the security cameras on each floor hadn't recorded anything out of the ordinary. There wasn't anything set up on the stairs, and I was unable to find anything suspicious.
結局、独自の検証の結果でも、ユキエが単独で事故を起こしたとしか考えられませんでした。確かに大臣の孫を誘拐して脅迫してのけた連中です。妊婦一人を階段から突き落として証拠を残さないなんてできないことじゃないのかもしれない。
Oishi's expression had completely sobered up.
奥さんは連中に殺された。
When Yukie died, I thought that as well. More precisely, I wanted to blame somebody, so I created the most viable scapegoat. But without any clear evidence, that violent notion faded along with the wounds in my heart.
あの少女は私に妻の死を予告し脅迫したのか、それとも妻の死を予言し救う道を示したのか。
It's a good question.
そのどちらかなのだとしたら、私は後者ではないかと考えます。
Oishi smiled slightly in disbelief as he poured more beer from his bottle.
じゃあいいですよ。赤坂さんの言う通り、フルデリカは未来がわかる預言者だとします。なら、なぜあの大災害が予知できなかったんです？あんな恐ろしいガス災害が起こると知ってて、どうして黙っていたんです？ほんの数時間前でもいい。もし村に知らされていたら、ほとんどの人は死なずに済んだかもしれない
Oh,
じゃ
so
ない
the
ですか。
gas thing did happen here. The Great Hinamizawa disaster. It was near the end of June 1983. Volcanic gases from the Onigabuchi swamp erupted and hit the village in the middle of the night. It was an unprecedented disaster where the whole populace was wiped out. It caused a wave of panic about volcanic gas across the country, causing people to overreact over any reports of odd smells. I hadn't heard of the blockade on the Hinamizawa area being lifted, so it should still be cordoned off.
それは
It was my turn to be lost for a response.
まあでも、お社様の生まれ変わりであるフルデリカが殺されたので、村がお社様の怒りに触れて、それで沼から正気が湧き出して村を死滅させたんじゃないかって、そういう話が確かにひなみ沢系の生存した人間たちの間でまことしやかにささやかれてたのが事実ですね。
大石さん、失礼。今殺されたとおっしゃいましたか？
ああ、うん。まあ赤坂さんになら話しても問題ないか。
When I saw the news about the gas disaster, I remembered that girl. I then found her name in the list of victims. That's why at the time I thought her own death she had predicted what was due to the gas. It was after that I learned from the tabloids of the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa during the 5 years leading up to the disaster that became known as the Curse of Oyashiro-sama. And that string of mysterious deaths lined up exactly with what that girl had predicted. So I had always thought to ask Oishi about it, as he had been involved in this investigation. Very thoroughly, I might add. Scared me half to death a few times. That's right. That was the reason for our reunion. But right now, Oishi had said, Mika Furuta didn't die in the disaster, but was killed?
最後の年のたたりについて聞かせてもらってもいいですか？
私、退職したとはいえ、守秘義務がありますよ。
中井さん、すみません。お冷やでちょっとグレードの高い地酒はありませんか？種類はお任せします。
He's trying to bribe him with alcohol.
いやいや、そういうつもりで言ったんじゃないんだけどな。
Luigi laughed loudly, not wholly unsatisfied, and stopped the hostess to tell her that the cheap booze was fine.
私も週刊誌で報道されている通りのところまでは知っています。でも大災害の年のたたりは全く知りません。
例の大災害のせいでひなみ沢地区全域が封鎖されちゃいましたからね。最後の年のたたりについてはほとんど操作ができてないんですよ。何年か後に封鎖が解けたとしても村人のほとんどが死んでますし、数少ない生存者も親戚の元なんかに散って所在がほとんどわからないですからね。完全に迷宮入りです。
Luigi seemed to postulate to himself as he stared at the ceiling, as if trying to work out a memory from the rusty cogs in his head. And then he said in a completely sober voice,
週刊誌なんかじゃ5年目のたたりが大災害だみたいな言い方をしてますけどね。本当の5年目のたたりはちゃんと綿流しの祭りの当日にあったんですよ。富武二郎っていう旅行写真家がいましてね。
It's always Tometake, every
彼の
time.
犠牲に。
The dude always dies. Oishi gestured about how the victim tore out his own throat with his fingernails as he talked.
で、その富武氏の恋仲の女性が
And she always gets burned. Yep.
お隣の県警さんがあんまり協力的じゃなかったもんで、こっちはあまりよく状況を知らないんですがね。
一夜にして犠牲者が2人も。
実はね、2人どころじゃ済まないんですよ。その翌日になんですがね、私の後輩の熊谷君が捜査中に車両ごと蒸発しましてね。
Kumagai was a young detective that was going to be partnered with Oishi after we first met.
富武氏の事件捜査のために村に聞き込みなんかに回ってたんですよ。何かの事件に巻き込まれたのかもしれない。私と一緒だったなら無事だったかもしれないと思うと今でも悔しいですよ。あの日どういうわけか私お腹をひどく壊しましてね、外回りは遠慮しちゃってたんですよ。
事件の真相に近づきすぎて消された
と思ってます。熊ちゃんは善と有望な若者だったけどまだ現場経験が不足してた。トラブル慣れしてなかったんです。
Oishi lamented the fact that he wasn't with his subordinate that day.
で、さらに翌日ですね。なあ、彼のことは赤坂さんもご存知ですよね。ほら、入江先生ですよ。覚えてます？
ああ、あの病院の若い先生ですね。ぼんやりと覚えてます。
彼ですね。どういうわけか睡眠薬で自殺しまして。
Oh yeah, he did at the end of the third arc. Yep.
司法解剖の結果でも睡眠薬によるものと断定されました。動機以外に不審な点はなし。
So this is all following the arc of the third one.
睡眠薬での死に見せかけるのはそんなに難しくないんじゃないですか。他殺の可能性は？
独身で離婚歴もなし、特定の女性と付き合っていたという話もなし、少年野球チームの監督を務め村人との親交もあり誰からも好かれる人物。敵が見当たりませんね。まあそれを調べるにももうあの大災害でめちゃくちゃになっちゃいましたからね。今となっては彼の身辺を調べようもありませんが。
それでフルで理科の死は？
その当日です。昼頃に神社に訪れた村の老人たちが フルでリカの死体を発見しました。
他殺。
ああ、話す前にそのイカそうめん、
無体な死に方。
Uishi nodded firmly.
死体は神社の境内。賽銭箱
Yeah,
の
this
脇
one's
でした。
pretty gruesome.
もっとも閉めたのは他の場所でしょうね。全裸で裸足。足の裏は汚れてませんでしたから。
愉快犯の犯行。
司法解剖の結果、そういった痕跡は認められませんでした。
Yeah, that's the weird thing. There's no sign of sexual assault, but she was completely naked.
分かったのは、薬物で昏睡させられてからあの場所へ運ばれ、腹部を切開、意図的に臓器を引きずり出して四方に散らしてみせました。
Ugh, so gross.
昏睡では回復は死後ではなく。
うん。
なんてむごい。
That girl's prediction was right on the mark. I'm pretty sure she was more detailed about the other deaths that led up to her own. For example, I think she said the housewife was beaten to death on the 4th year and had her head split open. Then in that case, did she know that her own death would be so terrible? There must have been some moments where she wanted to doubt the validity of her own predictions. But as people died exactly as prophesied, as the year passed, that prophecy would only come closer to fruition. And then, facing the final year, unable to struggle against her own destiny, her all-too-young life was snuffed out, and in such a cruel way. Knowing that her days were numbered, and unable to fight the tide of events heralding her end, my heart aches at her helplessness.
この死に方ですが、どうも単なる猟奇趣味ってわけじゃないみたいなんです。と言いますのはですね、ひなみ沢はかつて鬼が住んでたって話は以前もしましたよね。
そんな話も聞きましたっけ。
ひなみ沢村のお祭りの綿流しってのはそもそも綿流し、つまり臓物流しから転じたものらしいんです。
Sorry. I'm moving cords and the cat's freaking out. She's like, what the hell? I know.
なんでも人食い鬼たちが犠牲者をばらして内臓を川に捨てたというところから転じたらしいんですよ。
つまりひなみ沢村においては内臓を引きずり出すことに宗教的な意味があったと。
Gross.
で、ひなみ沢村の昔話によるとですね、人食い鬼と人間が仲良く暮らすための調停者として親代様という神様が降臨しているってことになってるらしい。
確かフルでリカはその親代様の生まれ変わりだと言われてるんでしたね。
ねえ。ですからその荒人神であるフルデリカを回復して殺すのは村の信仰に対するこれ以上ない冒涜行為と言えるわけです。
信仰への冒涜、それはつまり親代様への冒涜ということですね。
あとは赤坂さんも知っての通りです。親代様のたたりが起こるのはその晩のことです。
ひなみ沢大災害。
発生した沼は鬼ヶ淵沼と言いまして、ひなみ沢村の旧名鬼ヶ淵村の名前の源となった沼です。村の言い伝えではこの沼の奥底は地獄につながっているそうで、かつて村にやってきた人食い鬼たちはこの沼から訪れたのだとか。
できすぎですね。
いやいやいや、まだまだできすぎてますよ。 村には伝承がありまして、お社様がお怒りになられると地獄の釜が開いて正気があふれ出すなんて言うんですよ。
村人にとって地獄というのは沼の底のこと。つまりそこから正気があふれ出して村を襲うということ。
そう。つまり古出理香子とお社様の生まれ変わりが冒涜される殺され方をしたので、お社様がお怒りになってたたりとしてあの大災害を起こしたと。そういう話がまかり通っちゃってるんですよ。
つまりあの大災害は人為的なもの。
確かに話ができすぎてますからね。お社様のたたりが実在せず本当の偶発的事故でもないってんなら、そう疑いたくもなりますよね。
A wry smile formed on Oishi's face as he listened to my absurd take on things. He wore an expression as though even if it were absurd, there was a time he had thought the same thing as well.
村の侵攻をめぐって狂信的な一派があったと仮定し、彼らがお社様のお怒りがあるような状況を作り出し、大災害を実行してみせた。
もちろん私は笑いませんよ。私も一度ならずともそう考えたことはあります。ですがひなみ沢村がいかに小さい村とはいえ人口は1000人以上、それを一夜にして抹殺するなんてどう考えても現実的じゃないです。
The gas eruption was believed to have happened around 2 a.m., several hours before dawn. In that short amount of time, going around and killing all the villagers in a way that made it look like poison gas didn't seem feasible at all.
ガスの発生した沼もまた宗教的な意味がありましたよね。だとしたら沼に何か仕掛けがあって神の裁きをいつでも再現できるような何かがあったとか。
自衛隊の発表では沼が発生源だということになってますよね。調査チームとかが詳しく調べた上での発表ですからね。そんな仕掛けがあったら見つけてると思いますけどね。
沼そのものに仕掛けがあるとは限りませんよ。ほら、聞いたことありませんか？遠くの泉の水が枯れたら村の泉も枯れたなんて昔話。
何ですかそりゃ。
水源ってのは地下水脈等でつながっていることが多いんです。沼や泉はそれが地上に露出した部分に過ぎません。
つまり赤坂さんが言いたいのは、鬼ヶ淵沼とつながった別の沼か泉があって、それに何らかの仕掛けをすると鬼ヶ淵沼の圧力とか水圧とかそういうものがいろいろ変わって毒ガスが噴出する仕掛けを大昔の村人がこさえていたと、そういう話ですよね。
Rishi laughed heartily, commending the fact that the young'uns have a nice flexible way of thinking. That was the former detective in him. Even though it was a hypothesis he didn't come up with, he still had the presence of mind to not dismiss it right away.
面白い話です。それが立証できたら日本の犯罪史始まって以来の空前規模の大量殺人ってことになりますよ。
ひなみ沢村の封鎖が解除されたらぜひ調べるべきだと思います。大石様、県警にはまだ影響力は？
そこそこには。柔道部の名誉顧問ですからね。今でも夏の合宿やなんかにはちょくちょく出かけてます。
ひなみ沢村の封鎖解除がいつになるか分かりませんが、ぜひ調べさせてください。
わかりました。
大石さんはこのひなみ沢村連続開始事件、通称お社様のたたりをどう捉えていますか？
当時の署内は村人の圧力でぎゅうぎゅうでしてね。連続事件は存在しないというのが当時の公式見解でした。 事件はここでまたそれぞれに解決していると。
バカな。村の信仰に基づいた連続事件であることは明白なのに。
赤坂さん、そりゃ5年も続いて派手な最後があった今だから言えることですよ。あの当時は偶然の事件が偶然にも綿流しの日に起こる。今年は起きないといいな、なんて感じだったんです。
偶然なものか。少女は初めから全て予言していた。
少女？
フルで理科です。あの子は私にその後の事件を全て予告してみせました。
赤坂さん、そりゃ本当ですか？
はい、あの子は言ったんです。翌年ダムの現場監督が殺され、死体をバラバラにされるとのみにとどまらず、その後に続く連続事件を全て私に予告してみせました。
赤坂さんがその話を聞いたのは昭和の何年の話ですか
79, I think.
私が少女と出会ったのは誘拐事件調査の終わりですから。
Oh yeah, because Yuki's
昭和
7,
53
so it was
年6
78.
月です。
バラバラ殺人の
Yes, yes,
前
yes.
年に
Wrinkles formed between Oishi's eyebrows as he closed his eyes and began to digest what I had just told him.
赤坂さん、フルで理科が神通力で未来が分かったなんて話がなしだとするなら、これはとんでもない話ですよ。
はい。
今さら私を驚かせるための作り話だなんて言ったら本気で怒りますよ。
I don't think Akasaka really knows how to lie, though.
私は真実を話しています。連続開始事件は発生の前年にはもうすべてシナリオが用意されていた。そしてその予告の通り、フルでリカは殺されました。私は初め大災害による死を指したものと思っていた。でも彼女の死は災害ではなく殺人者の手による残忍なものであることが分かりました。彼女は殺されると言った。彼女は自分の死を具体的にあの時点で知っていたんです。
ならフルでリカはどうして逃げ出さなかったんですかね。仮にそういった死のシナリオがすでに出来上がっていたとして、彼女はそれを知り、かつ数年という猶予期間があったわけですよね。逃げ出すなり警察に相談するなりの時間はあったはずです。なぜ抗わずに自らの死を受け入れたんです？
わかりません。
フルでリカは村の年寄り連中に可愛がられてはいましたがね。両親を失った後は親類もゼロで身寄りはなく、親しい友人と肩を寄せ合うだけの孤独な生活でしたからね。戦う力も頼れる人間も身近にはいなかったのかもしれません。
彼女は自分の死に対して誰かに SOS を発しはしなかったんでしょうか。
村と警察が穏便な関係じゃなかったのは赤坂さんも知られるところだと思います。少なくとも私の耳にはフルでリカが自身の身柄の保護を求めてきたという情報はありません。あるいは自身が宗教的な生贄にされることに対し定感というか達観というか、そういうものがあったのかもしれませんね。
そんなはずはない。
I spoke decisively. At that time, she said it. She had definitely said she wanted to live happily. She wanted to spend her time surrounded by her dear friends. She hadn't given up on life. She had hoped to keep on living. At that moment, I became dumbstruck.
どうしました？ 赤坂さん。
いえ。
I fell into silence. Oishi folded his arms and began murmuring in contemplation again. Eventually he stood up and headed towards the hallway to find the hostess, yelling that he wanted a pen and paper. When Oishi, noisy even though he was just thinking, left the room, immediately fell into a chill silence. I stood up. It was then I realized that I was drunk enough to be unsteady on my feet. When I slid open the window, a beautiful yet somehow ephemeral moon drifted across the night sky. It was just now that I realized she hadn't accepted her own death. She wanted to keep living, happily and joyously. She had said that quite clearly to me, but I was a fool. I hadn't been asked explicitly, so I hadn't realized it. She had made it clear as day that she didn't want to die. Wasn't that her cry for help? She didn't say as much that she wanted help, but even given that, it was as though she wasn't looking for salvation. Without any family and unable to trust the police, she instead told somebody without any relation to the village, somebody from a faraway place. Me. Help me. She had gone around and cut the phone cords. If I had made that phone call and learned of Yuki's death, I probably would have fallen into despair. If I was in that state, even if she was looking for help, her cries would have fallen on deaf ears. That's why, knowing everything, she had cut the phone cords. She wanted even a little time to seek help from me. Oishi, just before now, had lamented that one of the younger officers gotten mixed up in a case, having been erased because he wasn't there. I was feeling the same way. If only I was there in June of 1983. I could have protected her. In 1983, it would have been 5 years since the kidnapping took place. While raising the only daughter Yuki had left me, putting all my youth and passion into my work, honing my wits and courage wrestling with difficult cases. Nothing like my failings during the kidnapping incident would have occurred. I wouldn't have been slow to react in a one-on-one fight, and by that point I jumped into foreign mafia-run gambling parlors, where I'd learned to deal with automatic weapons, let alone handguns. I had grown so much in 1983 I couldn't have been even compared to how I was in 1978. That's why, if I was by her side, I should have just been able to save her life. No matter what conspiracy or foul plots drew near, I definitely would have protected her. She, even though sounding resigned, should have still been able to ask me for help. I just didn't realize it. I couldn't realize it. Just as I wouldn't have realized if I was told of Yuki's accident, I wasn't able to realize it. I wanted to cry. If I had taken her words to heart, I would have prevented Yuki's accident. And I would have been able to protect the girl to whom I owed a debt from even a predetermined death. She must have been expecting that from me. I learned about the disaster while watching television in my house. Till I learned about that, I had forgotten about Hinamizawa. In order to recover from the shock of Yuki's death, I had tried to remove everything about the place from my memory. What an ungrateful fool I was. Even though, in exchange for saving her, the girl had told me of a way to save Yuki, I was unable to accept her gratitude, and now where were we? She hadn't died in her sleep due to a natural disaster. She was split open while still alive, killed while suffering the disgrace of having her organs torn out. She must have known beforehand that on the day of that year she would be killed in such a terrifying way. But even knowing what end awaited her, she was all too weak. A lone girl without anybody to rely upon, unable to seek help, had to swallow her own predetermined death, and left this mortal coil. She said she wanted to live. She said she just wanted to live happily. That's all she wanted. She didn't ask for anything extravagant. For any person that was ever born, it was the basis of desires. She never said a peep about wanting money or that she wished she was in somebody else's situation. She had said it. That if all deaths were preordained, that hers was probably also according to plan. She might have been a lone, frail girl, but I don't think she would have accepted it all without at least putting up a fight. There must have been, in some small way, some form of resistance that she mustered. And with what she could muster, seeking my help was part of that. I howled. That is not what my howl sounds like. I stomped the floor. Why did I become a police officer in the first place? How could I call myself an officer if I couldn't save a single girl from this misfortune that was awaiting her? Was it because there was so much going on at the time I couldn't process the fact that she was asking for help? Yeah, that's right, I was still green. If I was in that situation now, I would have definitely been able to save her. But it was already all over. Even if I wanted to settle the regrets she left behind, Hinamizawa, as a dangerous area, was still quarantined. Most of the people involved were already dead, and the few that did remain spread around the country, unable to be traced. The stage of that tragedy was still off limits as well. The police investigation was put on hold, the case slowly being buried in the sands of time. Just like how I wouldn't have known unless Oishi had asked me about it.
Akasaka-san, 大丈夫ですか?
No, not really. I'm kinda having a mental breakdown, to be honest with you. At some point, Oishi had returned with a notebook in hand. Until I saw the expression on Oishi's face, I didn't realize that I was in tears.
私は助けなかった。少女の助けに気づけなかった。
赤坂さん、落ち着いてください。
でも、もう全部遅いんです。少女は殺された。
I mean, most likely she would have been killed in the disaster anyway, but the fact that she was murdered.
救えなかった。救えなかった。
村人と良好な関係を築かなかった私にも責任があるかもしれません。フルでリカが私にそれを打ち明けてくれたなら、私だって救いの手を差し伸べられたかもしれない。彼女が打ち明けに足る信頼を築けなかった。後悔しています。
When Oishi said the word trust, it weighed on me even more. Yes, she had given me her trust. She trusted me, meaning that she thought that I would have been able to ward off the fate of her foreseen death. She believed in that. I cried. I fell to my hands and knees and I began to bawl. Eventually, Oishi spoke quietly.
Akasaka-san.
Obviously it upsets me, otherwise I wouldn't be crying. Oishi, I thought you were a detective, man. Have you gone, like, senile in your old age, in your retirement? Did you forget everything they taught you?
悔しいです。
ならば、フルでリカの仇を取るに値する方法が一つだけあります。
そんな方法があるんですか?
Oishi showed me the pen and the notebook.
フルでリカの死を悼むためにも、せめて私たちで真相を。そうです。フルでリカだけじゃない。大勢が死にました。彼らの無念は計り知れません。でも彼らの死はあの大災害でうやむやにされ、今は捜査すらされることなく忘却の彼方に葬られようとしています。大勢死んだ。おやっさんも殺された。クマちゃんも消された。みんな犠牲になった。なのに警察は捜査もできないでいる。誰に無念が晴らせるのか、私たちだけなんですよ。赤坂さん。
私たちに。
明かせますよ。連続開始事件の全ての現場を踏み、村の裏事情に精通する私と、連続開始事件の前年にフルでリカから重要な真実を明かされたあなたとなら。
でももう死んでしまったんですよ。
Poor baby.
そうです。 フルでリカは死にました。あなたが青2歳だったから救えなかった。
Wow, that voice acting is so raw. Oishi grabbed me, who was a wreck, and lifted me firmly by the lapels.
だからその償いとして真相を究明するんです。あなたの話が事実なら全ての事件は計画ということになる。そうならば調べ方は全然変わってくるんですからね。私は今夜をかけてあなたと私の持つ全ての情報をノートにまとめ、明日の朝一番で元の部下たちと連絡を取るつもりです。あの事件を終わらせるものか絶対に暴いてやるんです。
暴く
ねえ、あれから数年が経過しましたが時効ではない。捜査は中断であっても終了ではない。まだ続いているんです。続けさせるんです。私たちがです。
ええやりましょう大石さん。このまま終わらせたりなんかしない。絶対私たちがこの真相を暴いてみせるんです。絶対に。
I demonstrated my resolve to Oishi by crying out those words. And just then...
Papa?
Oh, she's so cute. The sliding door behind me opened, and Miyuki revealed herself while sleepily rubbing her eyes. My shouting must have awoken her. Then she rushed over to me.
どうしたのパパ。パパ、泣いてるの？
I love her little purple eyes. Those are adorable.
ああ、なんでもない。なんでもないよ、みゆき。
I tried hard to smile while wiping away my tears, and though Miyuki looked like she was about to cry herself, she extended her little hand to me.
大丈夫？
Oh.
また怖い夢を見たの？泣かないで、パパ。
Oh. And when she makes that gesture towards me, I saw the figure of another girl overlapping with her. Wait, did I miss something? Oh, okay. And her innocent gaze and innocent expression felt frustratingly nostalgic, filling me with painful torment. A girl who couldn't be here because I couldn't reach out to her. She borrowed my daughter's body to offer me words of comfort.
赤坂、泣かないでくださいなのです。
It might be a hallucination. Maybe a convenient illusion formed by my selfish dreams. However, that was her voice. I'm certain of it. Rather than blaming me for my mistake, she was compassionate.
ああ、泣くものか。泣くよりもまず私にはやるべきことがある。みゆき、パパはね、お前が生まれる前にひなみ沢ってところだ天使みたいな女の子に会ったんだ。
天使？本当に？
ああ、可愛くて優しくてみゆきにも会わせてあげたかったな。
Right, that's already an impossible wish. The future is already gone.
じゃあみゆき、その子とお友達になりたい。楽しみだな。
Aww, she's so cute.
今度みゆきも連れて行ってね。ひなみ沢に。
Even so, there's still something I can do.
ああ、そうだね。いつか一緒に会いに行こう。必ず。
Someday, I'm sure, we will see her again. You kind, absolutely terrifying, kind of a vandal to phone lines. All of these things, and more! That summer, the Higurashi cried in Hinamizawa. Oishi and I vowed to bring the truth of the case to light and stood up. Everything ended in 1985. I, at least, wanting to apologize, had searched for her grave. After the state autopsy, her remains were entrusted to one of the shrine's followers. In the future, when the quarantine on Hinamizawa was lifted, they would be returned to her family grave. However, unsure who exactly took the remains of Rika Furude, till today I couldn't even apologize to her. In the future, when the quarantine on Hinamizawa is lifted, all I could do then was wait until whoever that person is returned to the grave. What I could do right now was not apologize to her. Instead, until I was able to meet her again, I would reveal the truth and dispel her regrets. Even now, sporadic eruptions of gas in the Hinamizawa area meant that the prospect of the quarantine being lifted wasn't happening anytime soon. Most likely, it seemed that she had no intention of meeting again until I found the truth. That's why the quarantine wouldn't be lifted, or so I thought, until the day I grasped the truth. It was the following year. Oishi and I co-authored a book on the string of mysterious deaths leading up to the great Hinamizawa disaster. I decided on that title, Higurashi, When They Cry. That was because for those few days I was in Hinamizawa, the sound that I remembered the most was the cry of the Higurashi. I can only wish that based on this book, those people involved with that incident could refresh their memories and bring to light a new truth. And more importantly, that nothing like this ever happens again. I wrote this in the afterword.
この惨劇がどうして起こされたのか、私たちだけでは真相に至ることが叶いません。どうかこれを読んだあなた、真相を解き明かしてください。それだけが私たちの願いです。
Oh, that's so cool. So he basically wrote the other chapters of the question arcs. That's so cool. This year, the quarantine on Hinamizawa still hasn't been lifted. That's so cool! God damn! I loved it when they, like, make everything fit together in a neat, tiny little ribbon, and it's just, like, you know, so nicely tied and presented. Like, there you go. This all comes together like this. And I was like, brain cannot comprehend. That's so cool. That's so cool. Sorry, I am impressed. I am very impressed. Sorry, kitty. I am too excited for the kitty. The kitty is upsetty spaghetti now. Oh, really? We're taking baths now? That was really cool. Because, like, they basically voiced what we all were thinking, you know, what's going on, like, why did this happen, revealing the truth, like, to leading into the answer arcs. Like, it was so well tied, you know, wrapped up. Like, I liked that. It definitely ended a lot better than I thought, because when they switched the character so abruptly, I was like, well, wait a minute, what's going on? You know, I wasn't as invested, but by the time, you know, the arc was over, it makes a lot more sense and wraps up a little more nicely. Hehe. Oishi did have a big arc in this one, and he was actually a nice dude in this one.
これで笑えなきゃどこで笑えって言うんですかねな。
というわけで 大石はそろそろ出過ぎなのですよ。
I know not everything is wrapped yet, but like the way I'm meaning like wrapping up the question arcs, like the whole like series of the question arcs like that was very well done, is what I mean. I know, right? That's kind of how I was for a while, and eventually I grew to like him. You know, the more, and especially at the end where he like was really mourning Rika, and you know, that part really made me like him because of his relationship with Rika and how he wanted to help her, you know.
え、それはどういう意味ですか、リカ？言葉
通りの意味じゃい。
I also haven't heard the other characters' voice actors, like, except for Mion, I don't think.
あれだけ出番があってここまで出張ろうとは身の程をわきまえないにも程がございましたよ。今回はメインヒロインはリカちゃん以外みんな出番ほとんどなかったからね。
今回は箸休め的なシナリオだからとは聞いてたけど、ここまでメイン勢がないがしろにされるとは思わなかったよ。
Yeah, they left out a lot of characters, actually.
ミオンさんはまだいい方ではございませんの。多少は登場していましたよ。私とレナさんなんか気配も出てきませんでした。
Yeah, they weren't there at all.
レナはジャケットにも登場してますですからまだマシなのですよ。
Just Satoko.
ということはつまり何ですの？
Well, Satoko, like, I mentioned, like, her arc a lot, so her, like, character arc was very important to all of this.
私だけが一人のけ者で出番なしということなんでございますの？ニパー。
ニパー。
私だけこの扱いはひどいですわ。かわいそうかわいそうですよ。きっとだんだん扱いが悪くなって最後には脇役に転落しているに違いないのですよ。そんなのあんまりですわ。そんなことないよ。さとこちゃんのことが好きな人だって大勢いると思う。
I like Satoko, she's so cute.
そんなひどい扱いになんかならないよ。
Yeah, very cold, Rika. What the fuck?
こんな扱い嫌ですの。
Did you not read the last like arc? How could you not feel bad for her? Like, honestly.
きっと次こそ出番がいっぱいあると
I
思うな。
hope so.
思うな。元気出してこね。
しかし今回のシナリオはおまけ的なシナリオとは聞いて
They
た
didn't
けど
mention Keiichi at all.
実際どうよ。
No reference to him, like, at
ややこ
all.
しくなったように思うんだけど。
It's like they erased him
僕には
entirely.
難しくてよくわかんないお話だったのですよ。何しろ信じられなかったのが連続開始事件が起こる前の年にもうリカちゃんがそれを知っていたなんて。
ってことはつまり全ての事件は最初から予定されたシナリオってことになるんだよね。これはかなり大きい情報だよ。
僕がきっと巫女なのでお社様のお告げで未来が分かったに違いないのですよ。
Nah, she's just a god. Our god, Rika, praise
人
her.
間犯人説の私としては
Bow down
それ
to
は真っ
her.
先に否定したいところだな。
レナはたたり派なんで木南沢を見守るお社様の生まれ変わりであるリカちゃんにそういう神通力もひょっとするとあったんじゃないかなって思うな。
ああ、ダメダメ。人間派はそういう得体の知れないファンタジーは一切認めないの。事件は全て人間の仕業。たたりも魔法もイカサマもズルも一切なし。
Yeah, it's really, really funny. I always like the after parties.
僕は魔法とか使えたら素敵だと思いますのですよ。
Magic! I'm a proud Rika cultist. I am too as well. I agree. It's like that meme where it's like, can I introduce you to my religion? And then like in this case we just have a picture of Rika going Nipa, and then like the other person messages back like, I'm interested. I need this meme right now. Someone make this meme for me, please. I will post it on my Twitter.
最初の事件からリカちゃんが殺され大災害に至るまでが全てシナリオ。つまり丸々一つの事件だったってことがわかるだけで推理材料は格段に増えるんだから。
レナはこの予言こそつまりリカちゃんが神通力を使える証拠。つまりひなみ沢村には不思議な力が存在するんだってことの証拠になると思ってる。人間だけに起こせる事件じゃないことの証明になるんじゃないかな。僕は頭がこんがらがってわかんないです。
Same, Rika, same.
そうだそうだ。それよりもさ、今回リカちゃんが見せたあの表情、なんだか怖かったな。
Me. She's so cute. Oh my goodness.
可愛らしいリカちゃんがあんな笑い方をするとは思わなかったよ。
Okay, if I put Nipa as a redeem, how often would that be spammed in my chat?
ねえ、ちょっとさ、もう一回あの顔をしてみせてよ。
嫌なこったなのですよ。
I don't want to.
レナも劇中以外ではしてほしくないな。
Instead of Ara Ara, it's gonna be Nipa.
うわ、なに停電かな。全員動くなでございましたよ。
It would be spammed always? Okay.
変な動きをしますとバルカン一斉射撃。
Well, I have it on a 5-minute,
そしてとどめにレーザーサーベルめった切りをお見舞いしましたよ。
That's fair. I have it, everything set to like a... that link's not working, yo. I have it set to like a 5-minute cooldown, so you can't spam it more than once every 5 minutes. I have all my things set to a 5-minute cooldown now. Because Pred earlier today was spamming my howls, and I was like, I can't howl 6 times in 5 seconds. Give me a second, please. Give me a minute.
出番なし軍団、これよりお疲れ様会を占領させていただきましたよ。
Why does that voice remind me slightly of Monokuma's voice? Hold on. Who voiced Monokuma? Nobuyo Oyama. Please hold. I'm looking this up. Video games. Okay, she did not. But it does sound kind of like Monokuma to me. The way, I mean... I like Ara Aras too, but I don't have any, like, sort of significance with that phrase. Like, it just doesn't mean anything to me, whereas Nipa... Satoko Monokuma, right? Yeah, isn't that weird? I mean, they've made a shit ton of money off Monokuma, I can guarantee that. Oh my god, dude. Okay, I mean, I could do both. That's not, like, a terrible idea. I just, like, don't want a lot of voice redeems like that, I guess. Because I want them to be a little more, like, Not just off the wall things, but stuff related to like me or my channel, you know? That is true. Satoko does make all the traps. It's true.
なんだか素敵な登場をありがとう。改めまして皆さん、こんにちは。
I've never heard Takano's or Tometaki's voice either.
いやー、まさかこんなところで出番があるとはな。思わぬ出番が嬉しいよ。さとこちゃん、ありがとう。
皆さんこんにちは。あらあら、身動きなさらない方がいいと警告しましたよ。
竜宮さん、大丈夫ですか？王女さん、ここまでやらなくても。
出番がなかった恨みは恐ろしいんですよ。本編の分までさとこが大活躍なのです。
Yeah, she did.
出番なしの恨みってわけか。くそー、いつの間にこれだけのトラップを。
ここがお疲れ様会の会場に選ばれた。その時点ですでに私のトラップにかかっていたということになるんではありませんの？
そうか、わかった。あんたの後ろで糸を引いているやつがいるね。いるんでしょ？出てきなさい。ハロロン、my sister.
My sister? Why the fuck do they say it like that? It just sounds terrible.
しーちゃんだ。こんにちは。同じ罠に2度もかかってかわいそうです。
Pat pat.
シオンか。
I should do head pats. Yes. It's a good redeem.
何気に主役張ったシナリオまであるのにこの狼藉？あんたやってくれるじゃないの？回答編前の折り返しおまけシナリオとはいえ、お姉だけに出番を許すほど私も寛大じゃないってことです。まあそんなわけでちょっとさとこを焚きつけさせてもらいました。シオン、あんた何が望みなの？安全圏の確保とでも言いますか。昨今ですね、どういうわけかお姉がじりじりと票を伸ばしてるんですよね。
共通ルートのみーちゃん萌えって意見が開発陣の間でも結構多いんだよ。
恋路の悪いあんたのボロが出て、プレイヤー処刑はやっと私の魅力に気づいてきたってことだね。さとこもたたり殺しで高評価らしいし、レナやリカちゃんには根強い固定票があるし、あんたの人気もとっくに陰ってるってことだね。そういうわけで不穏に票を伸ばすお姉やさとこをここいらで一つ叩き落としておこうと思いまして、こういう大仕掛けを打たせてもらったというわけです。
Yeah, me personally, I have never really liked Shion all that much. Out of probably the main cast, she's probably my least favorite.
シオンさん、今何と言いまして？私も叩き落とすですって？
おちびちゃんは気づくのが遅いようで。そら！
にゃにゃにゃ
ー。さよならレギュラーの皆さん。こんにちはイレギュラーの皆さん。あんたたちメインヒロインはこれでおしまいです。
シオンちゃん、そこまでやらなくてもいいんじゃないかな。
Probably.
まあまあ二郎さん、面白いからほっときましょうよ。私たち二人の出番がいっぱい増えるのよ。二郎さんは私と一緒。いや、
そんなことないよ。
シエ先生、先生までしーちゃんに買収されちゃったんですか？
ごめんね、竜宮さん。シオンさんが次回のシナリオからは教えて千恵先生のコーナーを
Teach me, Chie Sensei.
さてと、誰から恥ずかしい処刑をしてあげましょうかね。大仕掛けを手伝ってくれたお礼に聡子からかな。
それは許しませんよ。
There's him.
監督、
I was waiting for him to show
なんだ
up.
か珍しく頼もしく見えますわ。
聡子ちゃんに対する狼藉は私入江京介が許すわけにはいきません。私も脇役一派ではありますが、懐柔できると思わないことですよ。
ありゃ、この後に収録予定の実録聡子メイド教育着せ替え編の主役は降板したいと。
シオン様、この入江一生どこまでもついてまいります。
怪獣早っ。さーて、これで全て私の支柱ですね。
You don't have Keiichi yet.
これからはお疲れ様会もシナリオも全て私の思うままに進めさせてもらいますね。あれ、一人足りない。
シオン様、竜宮さんがいません。いつの間に抜け出したのか。
いた、竜宮さん。さっき身動きしてはいけませんって言ったはずですよ。
レナちゃん、悪いことは言わない。抵抗しない方が無難だよ。
レナ、悪いけどこんなやり方おかしいと思います。
それは何の真似？目明かし編の台本？なるほど。登場回数を削られる前に確保しておこうという魂胆ね。無駄な抵抗を。
レナさん、無駄な抵抗はよしておとなしくした方がいいと思います。私をあんまり怒らせるとあなただけでなくお姉たちの処遇も変わってくることになりますよ。台本を確保したくらいじゃ何もできないよ。レナ、ここは悔しいけど言う通りにした方が。
大丈夫、安心して。
Also, I just noticed this. What is with this glass right here? What is that? Why is it like cut in half? Like somebody slashed it with a katana or something.
この目明かし編の台本が加わったことでレナたちはこの状況を逆転できるの。
Unless that's like a Japanese shot glass or something? But this is like a maid cafe. Why would they have that?
一体どんな秘策があるというんですの？
レナさんは結構笑わせるのがうまいですね。なら試してみたらどうです？その逆転ってやつを試しに見せてください。
しーちゃんは甘えてる。本編にいくら出番がなかったからってこうしてお疲れ様会でこれだけの出番を得ているのに甘えてるよ。
私がいつ甘えたって言うんです？
しーちゃんは分かってない。たとえお疲れ様会だけといえども出演し他のシナリオにもあれだけ登場しておいてこの狼藉。
Yeah, I have no freaking idea what that is. It's in the back here too. I have no idea what that is.
そんなしーちゃんもね、許すことができない地獄の怨嗟がほら聞こえてこない。そうか、わかりましたわ。
そうか、ケイちゃんか。
Yeah, Keiichi.
そうだよね。お疲れ様会はいつも出番なし。そのケイちゃんを差し置いてお疲れ様会占領なんて
He doesn't even have a freaking seat like character model.
なるほど。で、その未だに収録居残り中のケイちゃんが どうやってここへ現れると？
Also, every time I see Shion with her stance like that, I can't help but think of what I don't remember who said it, but I think it was either you or you Nerd or Elfie, but looks like she's always patting someone on the behind. It's still true.
まさかケイちゃんを私たちの誰かが追い抜いたわけでもある。
Some ghost is like really blushing right now.
そう思うのがしーちゃんの慢心だよ。いけない。あれは赤坂編の収録ワード数表。知恵先生、レナちゃんを取り押さえて。
Yeah, she probably is. She found a really like sexy ghost and is just like boop, you know.
いよいよ出番だよ。
ケイチくん! Oh, he has a voice actor! I've never heard his voice.
その声はケイちゃん？まさかケイちゃんは収録居残り中のはず。
そうさ、今まではそうだった。収録居残りのたびに残りワード数で誰かを抜けばお疲れ様会に参加してもいいよという。それでも他のキャラと比べても2倍あるいは3倍以上もある分量をこなすなど不可能というか、最初から参加させる気ないだろ音響監督さんよと思って諦めてきたが。
Yeah, I get the full monologues now, like spoken to me, which is fantastic.
あるキャラをシオン、これを見やがれ。そう、主役として登場パターンが増えたシオンは当然喋るワード数もこれまでの2倍。しかもミオンとキャストが同じだからさらに2倍。
Oh, they have the same voice actor? That's interesting.
その結果、俺はようやくついに居残り免除。そしてシオン、今度はお前が居残りだ。
うそ。私次の目明かしでこんなに喋るんですか？ケイちゃんが約500でシオンは2700超え。これ普通のアドベンチャーゲームなら全キャラの総合係数だよ。
しかもこれにミーの数が加わるのです。その数やなんと。
うわー、聞きたくない、聞きたくない
というわけでだ。レナ、感謝するぜ。月に
That's hilarious.
真の闇が地上を覆いしとき。
Yeah, I thought about doing voice acting for a while, but I definitely need more training to be able to do something like that.
漆黒の魔王、前原圭一降臨。
I see, if it's like this, he can appear even if he doesn't have any character art. There's no character background art, so it's really easy on the production staff. That's hilarious.
まるで自分が悲劇の主人公みたいな振る舞いだったが。
I mean, we know what he looks like,
実に滑稽千倍。
but he doesn't have a model, which is hilarious.
いい気になりすぎたみたいだな。お疲れ様会のたびに常に居残りになって異老の一杯にすらありつけなかった俺の怒りを、恨みを、悲しみを今こそ教えてくれるぜ。
なんだかケイチ君、悪の化身みたいだな。
化身じゃない、魔王と言ってもらいたいぜ。そして俺が抑圧された悪夢の中で手に入れた闇の力はまさに無限大で無量大数。俺による俺のために作り出したこの闇の世界では。
ケイチ君、なんだか怖いな。
Wait, how?
怖い怖い日暮らしの時間はもう終わりだぜ。ここからはポッ
ポでキュートで萌え萌えな日暮らしが始まるのだ。
なんですって。前原様、ぜひ私も
Bring me with you!
監督は分かってるじゃねえか。じゃあお医者な監督をしもべに迎えた第一弾として我が魔力を見せよう。
You're what? I'm sorry, you're what?
なんなのこれ。
高野さんがミニスカなナースさん、ナース服に。しかもピンクとかのギャルゲー的な色じゃない。分かってる。ちゃんと清楚な純白だ。
ナースさんの分際で本編で一度もナース服を着ないとは少子千万。
That is true.
さてと次の標的はと。
レナ、これじゃ全然形勢は逆転してないよ。新しいピンチを迎えちゃってるよ。
How?
こんな真っ暗じゃレナにもどうしようもないよ。
さて次は誰に。
Well, how does Tomoitaki know what she looks like if it's dark?
手堅く制服、体操服、すく水の三段コンボでも決めとくか。
前原様、最高っす。その後はバニーさんにコンパニオンに。いえいえ、レオタード姿もいいですね。いやいや、いっそみんなお色気全開にしちゃうってのはどうでしょう。もちろん靴下は残すのであります。
Just the socks.
それいい。分かってるじゃねえか。監督、俺やっとあんたと打ち解けられた。
Why is that a thing? Like in hentai, where like they'll just like leave the freaking socks on and that's it, and I'm just like, what? Why? Why? Like, just socks. Just K. We're just gonna call him K now. Socks are important. Okay. Sure they are. Oh, Oishi! I almost forgot about him. Oh my god. Of course he's on his side. The old pervert.
Tommy! Cloud! ついに揃ったぜ。四天王、ここに見参だ。
The Elite Four.
ついに K を筆頭に悪の四天王が揃い踏む。
Oh my god, we have an actual narrator now.
韓国を得てついに地上に降臨を果たした漆黒の魔王前原圭一。その魔力は絶大にして無比。この闇では誰にも立ち向かえない。
I mean, you're probably right. Yeah, that's true.
ああ、ヒロインたちはこの闇を抜け出せず、魔王たちの思うがままに恥ずかしい衣装を次々と強要され。
I feel like this is payback for making Keiichi wear that, like... Didn't they force him to wear, like, a maid uniform that one time? I think that was in the first chapter, the first arc.
永遠に等身大着せ替え人形の扱いをされて
They made him wear a maid uniform home. I feel like this is, like...
最高だぞ、もっとやれ
payback for that.
っていうか、すくみずはちゃんと旧タイプだろうな。競泳型だったら許さんぞ
ダク、シオン、あんたのせいでこうなったんだから、あんたなんとかしなさいよ。
大丈夫ですおね。暗闇の中で真の力を得るのはケイちゃんだけ。
Oh, I did not mean to switch that. There's a spin-off fanservice episode of the anime that has Oishi, Tomoitaki, and Irie team up as the three beefcake team in swimsuits. That sounds hilarious. I want to watch that.
そんな都合のいい味方、ここにいましたっけ？
Yeah, that, for some reason, that scene is, like, ingrained in my memory. I don't know why that one out of all of the other ones are. But I just remember it being so funny that they made him wear that home. That was back before I even started streaming, man, when I was doing that one.
男たる者最善を尽くすべしとお墨付きがちゃんとあるのだ。もちろん新登場の赤坂さんに頼ろうとしても無駄だぜ。昨日からお嬢さんを親類に預けて夫婦水入らずで温泉旅行だそうだからな。つまり八方塞がりってわけさ。
甘いですね、ケイちゃん。安易に闇の世界を生み出して妄想全開スチャラか万歳ってやってしまうと、とある誰かも真の姿を表すことが可能になるのです。というわけで、知恵先生、そういうわけです。前原君、
真っ暗でよく見えませんけど、なんだか知恵先生の服装が変わってますわね。何ですの？あの両手にいっぱいの剣は。
Swords?
まさかそんな。
Excuse
それはい
me?
くらなんでも反則。それ以上は内緒なのですよ。ニパー。
ニパー。
前原君、少しお板が過ぎたようです。これ以上は教会も見逃せません。
ちょっと待てよ。これはないだろ。映るだろ。作品違うじゃねえか。おい、こんなのなしだろ。そのでかいのはまずいって。早すぎる。あんたその動きは絶対人間やめてるだろ。ギャギャギャギャ
Keiichi.exe has stopped working. Oh, I've never seen it, but interesting. There's a lot of references throughout here. Some of them I get and some of them I don't. But
改めましてこんにちは。この度は日暮の泣く頃に睡、暇つぶしをお楽しみくださり誠にありがとうございました。プレイヤーの皆さんにはこの謎に満ちた物語をさまざまな角度から捉え吟味する権利があります。
oh, interesting.
例えば
I didn't know that.
劇中に散りばめられた謎について推理をし、それを発表して反響を得たりすることもまた楽しいかと思います。それでは素敵な夜長を。ひなみ沢村で皆さんをお待ちしていますね。レナと遊んでくれるなら一緒に宝探しに行きたいな。はう。
How? Aw, that's so cute. I love that. That's fantastic. Okay. I've kind of already, like, spilled what I think about that chapter. I mean, thinking that she's a god and that her wishes, kind of like how Keiichi's were in the third arc, like, came true, you know, even when he didn't realize the extent of his wishes. So something like that happens with Rika, where because she's like the embodiment of, you know, the god, she invoices her wishes upon you know, and upon the town, and it just kind of becomes true. But there are certain things that kind of like deflect that theory because of the fact that she ends up dying in such a cruel way. And she, like, the prediction thing also works with the God theory because, you know, predicting the future and stuff would come with, like, you know, those kinds of supernatural powers, but it's like, why would she die in such a cruel way and allow so many of these bad things to happen, including the destruction of the village, you know, where if you take the, I guess if you go with the Wrath theory, where, she destroyed it because, all the death and destruction made her angry, or everyone, you know, treating the town a certain way made her angry. That would make sense. Could also be I just find it weird though, that like, if she had all those powers, you know, and her wishes could bring about the change for the future, like, why wouldn't she just stop, you know, these deaths from happening? Also, the wishes for, you know, her to be with her friends and to just live happily with her friends, and then the, the fact that she wants to continue living above all, which is why I think that the different arcs kept happening and they kept repeating the same summer over and over and over. That was her, like, godly powers in effect. But maybe, like, the deaths and things, that's the curse of her having her wish, is that, yeah, she can have her wish, but it always ends in tragedy. You know, she can spend the summer with her friends and live and continuously repeat, but it'll end in tragedy no matter what she does. But that's the, you know, price for having her wish. Interesting. That's my theory. That's my main theory. I am under the occult Rika theory. Rika is forever my god, and I will worship her till the end of time. Okay. Alright. That concludes, chapter, I should say arc 4. I'm not sure which chapter that was. 6? I think there were 6 chapters in that one. As opposed to the usual, like, 10, I think, of the other chapters. So, that concludes, arc 4, which was Rika's, arc. Very interesting. I really enjoyed how they wrapped it all up. They wrapped up the question arcs very, 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 very nicely. I liked the way that they made the new character, like, even though they changed the main character, like, they made him, like, wrap into the story and wrap up the, you know, the question arc so well that, like, I can't be upset. I'm like, I was upset at first, but now I'm not anymore, because they did it purposefully, and they wrapped it up so well that I can't be mad anymore. So, it's fine. Higurashi team is, you know, allowed to do that now. You know, even though the game's been out forever. They're allowed to do that now because Heather says so. I'm very excited to start the answer arcs. I have a lot of questions. Like, that's just my theory, you know, after playing that 4th chapter, but I've also had a lot of other theories from the other chapters, so I don't know what one's gonna actually be the real theory, or if all of my theories are gonna be freaking debunked and they're all wrong. But, you know, that's what I think. And that's kind of the fun of it, you know, making the speculations and then learning what really happens afterwards. You're like, oh damn, I was wrong. Like, I was way off. Or, like, sometimes when you got some of the stuff right, you're like, oh yeah, I got that right. You're like, I knew that was happening. You know? That's kind of the fun of it, figuring out what you can figure out on your own and what you learn throughout as you pick up and as you play. very interesting. I very much liked the question arcs. There was a lot in there, like, I thought was kind of odd, you know, or I felt like could have been done a little better, maybe. Some of the, like, fan service stuff I think's a little too weird and a little too, like, risque. But, like, that's just my opinion, personally. I still think a lot of it's really funny, too, so... But overall, I really, really enjoyed it. And I had a lot... Favorite question arc? Goddamn. So, like, suspense-wise, I think... Gosh, I don't know. I think the first one was the most suspenseful, in my opinion. Like, I felt that one was the most spoopy, I guess. Like, emotion-wise, the third arc. 100% the third arc. Like, you cannot play that and not freaking want to bawl your eyes out. Holy shit. And then, the one that made me the most confused was the second one. That was the one where I ended the stream and I was literally, like, screaming, like, what the fuck just happened? Like, I had no idea what was going on. So as far as confusing me, the second arc takes that spot, as the best confusion arc. But man, I think... God... I honestly think that fourth arc, because even though, like, the story fell a little flat, like, when it, you know, it went away from the formula, I really liked the way they wrapped up the question arcs, and I really liked, you know, Rika's character arc in that, and you got to see so much, you know, of her side of things, and still I'm confused on what she's doing. Most mahjong is for. You're right, there was a lot of mahjong in there. Yeah, I just love the way that, like, it wrapped itself up. Like, that was just really nice. And also Rika's my favorite, so, like, I might be a little biased in picking hers, but, I agree on all those points. It's basically what I just said, yeah. First is definitely the scariest, the second is the most interesting, like, I don't know if I would say interesting. The most, like, confusing and, like, I couldn't quite put my finger on a lot of things, like, was definitely the second arc was the one that made me think the most, I guess. And then the most emotional was definitely 3. Oh my gosh. I just, like, internally I was bawling every single moment. And then the fourth one was just, like, basically just a really nice wrap-up chapter with a lot of, like, a lot of sides to Rika that we didn't get in the other chapters, which I personally really, really enjoyed. So I would have to say 4 is my favorite question arc. But I am also, you know, a very strong student in the, you know, in the cult that is Rika, so... Rika is forever my god now. I will never be able to get away from this. If I had to pick another one besides 4... Gosh, let's put them in order. So I think I would probably go... Gosh, I have a hard time with 1 and 3. Because 1 was the scariest, so, like, it definitely made me, like, creeped out the most. Which Higurashi is, like, you know, known as a psychological kind of horror game. So, like, that one definitely, like, piqued that interest the most. Yes, The Disciple. Thank you. The Disciple. That's the word I meant. But Satoko's arc was, like, I was the most invested in that emotionally because I wanted to help her and, you know, and the stuff about, like, burying the bodies was so intense Like, that had me on the edge of my seat, because I was like, damn, is he gonna get found out? And that one part where Oishi he goes back to dig up the body, and Oishi comes out of the woods, and I was like, oh shit! Like, that was the most tense moment, like, I think I've ever experienced in any of the games, was in the third one with that part. I was like, oh shit! I think you guys remember that. I was like, damn, he fucked up. Yeah, and that one had me, like, very, very, suspensed during those sequences. Like, the parts where Keiichi's brain, like, switched into, like, full, like, you know, almost like yandere mode, but like brotherly yandere mode. Oh, yeah. Domo konbanwa. I can imagine it now that I've heard his voice. Shit! That was so fucking funny, dude. I was cracking myself up after that. That's one of my absolute favorite moments ever that I've ever played on stream. You like Chapter 6 so much? You mean the 6th arc? Yeah, I gotta get to the other arcs now that I've finished the question arcs. So I'm halfway there, guys! 25 parts in! Woo woo! So let's go for another 25. It's gonna be 50 now. 50. I can do this in 50, guys. The 50 Higurashi. Yeah, 50. We're gonna do 50. It's gonna be perfect. Alright, let's see. Oh, duh, we're gonna raid Pandora. That's who we're raiding today. Obviously. Alright, I gotta set this up real quick. My Streamlabs, whenever I click out of the tab, is always, like, a little buggy, so give it a second. Where I can type in to raid. Come on, Streamlabs, work with me here, man. Okay, well, it doesn't want to. It doesn't want to. But, I'm gonna have you guys, go over to, Pandora's channel. He is playing Hollow Knight right now, which is interesting. I've been wanting to play that game for a while. I have that on my Steam, actually, but have yet to play it, so... he was here not too long ago, and he's also my one and only subscriber, my one and only mod, so please go support him and follow him if you haven't already. He's been around my channel for a long while, so I'm sure you've already talked to him by now. But definitely go check him out. Go give him all the supports and the loves. He is a valid member of the pack, so... Alright. That should come up in just a few moments. I'm gonna get off here. But thank you all so much for coming to stream and for supporting this, this Higurashi, Let's Play streams for me, because without you guys, I probably would have quit by now, so I would have played it on my own, but I probably wouldn't have streamed it without the support of you guys, so thank you all so much, and thank you to everyone else who has supported me, who came to the stream. Thank you for the raid, Orange and Peachy earlier, I really appreciate it. Thank you to everyone who watches the VOD later, and to everyone who supports me. I really appreciate it. You all are very valid and loved, and are wonderful members of my pack, forever and always. Thank you all so much, and I'm gonna let you all raid Pandora now, so I'll see you later. Bye!